Same here.
Like my computer with all its downloads now.
Right.
Yeah.
And I must tell you that when I go to some of Jeff's files, the file names are there, but there's nothing in the files. So it's very disconcerting.
It'd also be nice to get rid of that stupid advertisement that keeps popping up to enhance it somehow.
Oh, I don't get that.
Which ad is that?
Oh, it's something from Microsoft
Of course.
that I can't. It comes up every time, and I just tune it out, so I can't even begin to describe it. Other than it blocks a quarter of my screen.
Tom, I don't get that ad because my Apple Mac here screens them out. It's competing system, all right? They're not allowed.
Eric, you're not going to convince me to join the dark side.
I'm
I agree
the
with
dark side.
Yeah.
Okay, I think everyone's here, so I think I'm going to get started. It's 6:32, July the 1st. Good evening, and welcome commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the July 1st, 2021 meeting of Cohasset Conservation Committee. I'm Chris McFarland, Chairman of the Conservation Committee, and we'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetlands Protection Act and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. We'll be operating this meeting using the Zoom platform. Applicants will be elevated to participant at the beginning of each hearing. If anyone from the public wishes to comment, please enter your name, address, and comment into the chat box. We'll continue to monitor it through the hearing. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and the town's interim conservation agent, Steve Ibis. I'll now take a roll call of the Conservation Commissioners and Associate Commissioner. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower, present.
Trish Grady.
Trish Grady, present.
Jay Pampare.
Jay Pampari, present.
And Chris McFarland is present. And Associate Commissioner Tom Bell.
Tom Bell present.
Okay, so we have a quorum of 5 commissioners this evening. We have 1 Associate Commissioner, Tom. We'll be taking all votes via roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. First item of business tonight is minutes for approval from February 4th, 2021, and from April 15th, 2021. Has anyone gotten a chance to review? Has anyone had a chance to review?
I have looked at those. I believe I did send a quick comment on one of them to Angela, but so I don't have any further comment on them.
Okay,
I've read them, Chris, and I have no comments.
okay. Well, let's take a vote then to approve the minutes from February 4th, 2021 and April 15th, 2021.
So moved.
So moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Having heard a motion in a second to approve the minutes for approval from February 4th, 2021 and April 15th, 2021. Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Trish Grady.
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampare.
Jay Pampari, aye.
And Chris McFarland, aye. That passes 5-0-0. Okay, exactly 6:35. Our first hearing this evening is for show cause at 23 Spring Street, which has been continued from June 17th, 2021. Megan, I'm going to ask you to, let's see who's here. I'm going to ask you to elevate Greg Morris. It looks, I don't see anyone else at this time. Maybe Greg can fill us in if anyone else is here to speak to this.
Sure. Good evening. This is Greg.
Greg, is there anyone else attending this evening that needs to be elevated?
No, I actually wasn't aware that this item was on the agenda this evening. I can give you a quick update on it. But I understood we were coming July 15th, I believe.
Well, we certainly can continue until the 15th if you prefer.
I would prefer, because then the property owner and client can be with us as well. But to give you just a quick update, we did perform a site visit with the conservation agent this past week. Understand what the concerns are, and we were going to prepare some recommendations and present them to you at the 15th. So if we could continue it, it would be appreciated.
Okay. That sounds great. And this is going to be, I'm sorry, this will be from 2 weeks tonight to July 15th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Greg, during the visit, I mentioned to you that I was surprised we didn't have the stakes indicating the outer dimensions of the driveway in place. Do you intend to have those done, or where do you stand on that?
Sure. So I'll tell you the same thing tonight that I think I tried to relay at the site visit, which was the driveway. When we located it, we originally surveyed the property back in 2015 or 2016. There really wasn't a defined edge of driveway gravel. What we did locate at that time of the original survey was we located the center line of the roadway going in. We also located the tree line on either side of the driveway going in. So what I had staked the other day is I put stakes at all of the center line shots that we had surveyed previously, and I put ribbons on the trees at the edge of the driveway, or the edge of the tree line as it existed when we surveyed it originally. But it was gravel right up to the edge of the trees when we originally surveyed it. So those flags that you saw were the limits of what we surveyed originally.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So for our 6:35 p.m. show cause and enforcement hearing at 83 Spring Street, that will be continued until July 15th, 2021. It's now 6:38. Our next hearing is not scheduled till 6:45, so we're going to just take a moment and wait till the clock catches up with us.
In that moment, can I ask whether we have any certainty whether it's legal or illegal to discharge stormwater to a public street and use the town storm drains as part of your stormwater management plan? Does anyone have any notion of about this of any kind?
Just procedurally, Tom, I would just say that we're asking this question under a 48-hour issue and kind of moving it up on the agenda a little bit, just so we're procedurally okay here. I'm happy to talk about it for a couple minutes. Just want to make sure procedurally we're doing this okay. So as a 48-hour issue, we've had that issue in the past come up on the hillside because there's quite a bit of a slope over there, and I don't think it's the preferred method. It's really a DPW question with the town as far as whether the DPW is going to accept it. Now, if it's a storm drain that goes out into a receiving water of the United States, that's a different story. That could require either a federal or state NPDES permit, whether it be stormwater, MS4, or a straight discharge. So that's the question. I don't want to get into specifics. It's almost like a site-specific question on where the discharge going out to a catch basin or a storm drain or a DPW drain, and where ultimately does that go? It's a great question.
And I'd like to,
Jay, I remember a discussion we had on concerning a number of projects on Pleasant Street, where the conclusion was that the project and the fellow in charge had to keep the stormwater on site and not use the public drains. That was a part of the rules of the game. We spent quite a lengthy period of time discussing this, right?
Yeah. The intent of the stormwater bylaws is to create groundwater recharge and not to dump water out into the street. So that is the intent of the bylaws. If there are extenuating circumstances, it would not be our preferred method of stormwater disposal. I think that's safe to say. I know I saw Steve trying to jump in there. I'd be interested to hear his experience in other towns or what he's experienced putting residential stormwater out to a storm drain.
Depends on the capacity of the local stormwater utilities, the pipes. You know, the difficult and in most cases, it's done on site. Only in very few cases have I seen it done to the local stormwater drains or where it's necessary to do it that way. You may have bad soils, as they do a lot in Milton, a lot of tilly soils. So it's done there on occasion with the acceptance and approval of the DPW. So they've got to work very closely with the DPW to figure out whether the capacity is there in the first place. And then once—
Tom, what I've seen in the number of hearings we've had is, and because of the way the bylaws are written, the amount of stormwater that is leaving a site cannot be increased. So the question is, when the project's over, if the same amount of water is going onto the street, then some engineers would prefer to put it into a pipe rather than it just run over the surface and eventually make it to a catch basin. And I think it's those cases where you see that it's actually going, you know, that they'll pipe to a manhole or something like that.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well, in the case of a subdivision, of course, they'd be subject to more stringent requirements, I believe.
Yes.
Like the 80% total suspended solid rule and various other things, apparently. And certainly in Cohasset, parts of Cohasset, we do have storm drains, but they are on private ways. So it's at least on Howe Road, it's not at all clear who really is in charge of these storm drains. I know for a fact that the town does not come and clean our storm drains here. But in other places like Windy Hill, they actually have grates that look as if the DPW has installed them, even though Windy is a private way. And I think there's a real scattering of responsibility or ownership here of some of these stormwater systems, and it's confusing to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree, and I agree with Steve's comments. Really should be treated as a case-by-case example, and the DPW should certainly be consulted on all of this, if in fact that is a case. And you certainly have to take into consideration the capacity, what's going in there, etc. I think it's safe to say they would not be my preferred method, or shouldn't be the Conservation Commission's preferred method of stormwater disposal, because it kind of flies in the face of the stormwater bylaws.
Somewhere in the regulations or the bylaws, I recall seeing something to the effect that to do that, you needed permission.
Permission from the DPW?
Yeah, well, I don't think it was that specific. I think that it just said that you need permission of whoever owns that drain, I guess. And in private ways, it's not at all clear who actually owns the drain. So it's ambiguous. I'm wondering if this is one of those issues that we need to revisit in our rules and regs and maybe even at the bylaw level. Steve, I asked this question of you before, and you did make a comment to the effect that some towns do have a regulation that allows for disposal to a stormwater system in an overage or something. I think that might have been the term you used.
That's correct. That's correct.
An exceptional situation, but on a routine basis, then of course they can't.
Right.
Okay, if you'd like, we can continue this when we, at the end of the hearing, when we get back to 48-hour issues. It is 6:45, so I'm going to move on to our second hearing of the evening, which is an amended order of conditions for Lot 1 at Black Horse Road, NOI 20-08. And I don't know who's presenting this, so I'm going to ask whoever it is to raise their hand and we'll elevate you. Oh, it is Greg. So we lost Greg, and you can bring Greg right back again, please. And Greg, is there anyone else who's here to represent this amendment?
I believe Sean Papich is on as well.
Okay. Megan, could you elevate Sean Papich, please? Very good. Okay, Greg, let me turn it over to you, please.
Sure. Great, thank you. For the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering, representing Tom and Julia Powers, who are the new homeowners or property owners at Lot 1 Black Horse Lane. Some of you may recall I was before this commission a little over a year ago to permit a new single-family home, both a notice of intent and a stormwater permit at this address. I did that for the previous property owner, Art Avila. An order of conditions was issued, was recorded at the Registry of Deeds. A pre-construction conference was had. The erosion control barrier was installed at the site. But now the Powers have now taken ownership of the property and they want to make a couple of slight modifications to the plan. They have a slightly different house footprint and a different pool and patio footprint than what was originally approved. I provided a plan to the commission.
Do you have a plan that you can share with us?
Just about to put it up, yes.
Okay.
I provided a plan to the commission back in May. It says that the host is disabling me from screen sharing. If you can turn that on, I'll put it up.
You should be all set, Greg.
Okay, give me one sec here. Here we go. So here on the screen, what you see is this lot here is Lot 1. It fronts on the Gulf River, the bordering vegetated wetland here in blue for the Gulf River. In red is the 50-foot buffer zone, and out here in green is the 100-foot buffer zone. What you see depicted in the light gray was the approved home footprint there. And what you see here is the approved pool footprint. The proposal, though, like I said, is to revise the house rotation and the dimensions of the house. Highlighted here with the black line, that represents the new home location. You'll see it's predominantly in the same location. It is it is pulled back slightly from where the other house was, and it is rotated slightly. The pool has been relocated from here to where this black box is at that location. We provided a letter stating that the limit of work, the limit of clearing, the erosion control barrier, all remain the same as what was originally approved. We're not working outside of the project previously. I also provided some new setbacks. For example, the house to the wetland, where it was approved with a setback from this corner to the wetland of 52 feet, as opposed to the proposed new house. The closest corner is actually this corner over here, which is at 56 feet. The pool itself, the setback from the pool originally was at 55 feet. The new pool location complies with a setback of 53 feet. The original approval, this being the 100-foot buffer in green, you'll notice that the driveway was inside of the 100-foot buffer, approximately 48 square feet of it. With this new layout, there is no driveway inside the 100-foot buffer. And also of notice is this purple line, which represents the riverfront area. The approved house is slightly located inside of the riverfront area, as opposed to the new location is entirely outside of the riverfront area. The handling of something like this, historically, with the previous agent would have reviewed this administratively and put these findings in the record. Mr. Ivas suggested that we come in front of the commission for an amended order of conditions with this project, and that's what brings us before you.
Jeff, Have you started to dig out there already?
There's been some preliminary test pits just to, determine some depths to ledge, et cetera, where the foundation is going for that original foundation. But otherwise, no, there hasn't been a significant excavation on this site. The site immediately to the top of the page here, Lot 2, that is well under construction. That was Mr. Art Avila, again, that we permitted the project for. The foundations and the utilities have been started on that project.
So is there any reason to expect that you would hit ledge where the swimming pool is?
I wouldn't expect to hit significant ledge at that location. We have done test pits back there. There will be some ledge removal as far as the foundation goes. I don't expect it in the pool location, no.
Okay. Steve, do you have anything that you'd like to share with us on this?
Yes, a couple of things. First of all, looking at the plan earlier today, I saw that the work was done in the wetlands in 2015. When was this plan presented to the commission, Greg, for the first time?
Sure. So this project has been before the commission several times in the past. It was originally before the commission back in 2015 to allow construction of reconstruction essentially of 2 footbridges through the wetlands over to Supper Island. That was one notice of intent back in 2015. There was another either notice or an RDA approximately 2016, which allowed mowing of portions of the 50-foot buffer that had historically been mowed for this larger estate before it was divided into these 2 lots. But this most recent house notice of intent here, this was just last summer that this was permitted. The DEP issued a file number on it as a separate project from those other 2.
Okay. So I had suggested to Greg earlier today that we understand the area of the house and pool versus the area of the new house and pool. And we actually see a plan with some dimensions on it, frankly, because there are no dimensions on this plan that I'm looking at here. And how would we ever give them a certificate of compliance without a plan without dimensions? I mean, that's impossible. So I would strongly suggest that the commission either wait until the plan does show some dimensioning, or accept the plan as it is with dimensions and not issue until there are some dimensions on the plan.
I fully support that comment. I was going to ask some dimensions on the pool. Like, is this I'm assuming it's an in-ground pool, but I don't know. Is it a 16 by 24? Exactly. What are the dimensions of the pool out there? And the same thing with, looks like a spar on the other side there. So I support that comment.
Sure. So yeah, we had tried to scale back some of the information on this plan just so it was clear as kind of an overlay of the 2. The plan that was approved didn't have dimensions on the house footprint, et cetera. But what I can tell you is the plan that was approved and this plan, they are both to scale. And a standard engineer's scale can be put to any dimension on this plan and can easily be derived. I'm glad to add physical numbers to it, so it's better for the naked eye, if you would. But it is a plan that was prepared to scale.
Sure,
Yeah.
correct. And you could do that in a call-out box somewhere else on the plan, perhaps. We don't need to see the other lot, frankly, on this plan, do we? It's not.
How this project was originally presented, if I show you the original plan, it had both lots on it together.
I understand that.
Before you move the screen, Greg, do you
Yep.
have to look at the other lot? You see the proposed pool, 15 by 30.
Right.
Yes.
So, I think that's all we're really looking for here.
Yeah, I certainly add that.
And an area on the original house itself and the area on the proposed house, just to compare. And the reason for that is so that the commission can actually make a finding saying it is a less substantive project now, and therefore it falls into the okay under the regs for an amendment. Otherwise, it's a new notice of intent. Very, very simply.
Is that understandable, John? Greg, sorry.
It is.
Okay.
And again, we don't need to see the other lot on the plan, do we? It's not necessary for this plan.
When, again, it was, how it was originally presented was 2 lots on 1 plan. So I thought it was in the best interest to see how those 2 lots still relate to each other, because they do have shared components between them. Where this is a stormwater application as well, you'll notice that there is a shared water quality swale between both lots.
Yeah.
So it was really made to simply just highlight the change at this one particular location, the rotation of the house and the pool. The remainder of the lot being what was originally approved. I can provide those dimensions to you in very short order. You know, you could have them to you probably as early as tomorrow on this plan. I did submit this in the middle of May, and this was just brought to my attention this afternoon after I'd been to the Conservation Commission office twice to talk about this. If it was brought up sooner, I would have provided it sooner. They are anxious, you know, with construction season here to begin on this project. So if it could be looked at as expeditiously as possible, that would be great.
And Greg, is there a spa there as well? Is that a new addition to the plan as well?
Yes, it is. The original did not have a spa.
Okay. And then my only other question is assuming this is all green space between the spa and the pool, is that still
It's
all lawn, or is there any patio area in that direction?
It is patio space between the pool and the house.
Between the pool and house, I do see that. Yeah,
Yes.
correct. But how about between the pool, the house, and the spa?
That's patio space. That's where the original deck was supposed to be. There is no deck with this. It would be patio.
Yes, could you change the plan to indicate that, Greg?
Absolutely.
Again, you know, looking at the plan for certificate of compliance purposes, if we see proposed deck there and then it's a patio, it's not compliant.
Understood.
Jeff, did you rerun the stormwater numbers on this?
I did not rerun the stormwater numbers for the simple fact that the driveway, as it lays out, is approximately 350 square feet smaller in size, and the building footprint as well is smaller in size.
Okay. Well, including the patio, or is the patio
So the patio is slightly larger, but we're discharging as well to land subject to coastal storm flowage. There are no down gradient abutters. We didn't see it as any increase in stormwater runoff.
Okay, is that in your letter?
The areas are in the letter, and we did include a statement that it wouldn't be, I believe, an increase or a detriment to down gradient abutters.
Okay.
Greg, is this, can you tell me if this is going to be an in-ground pool and what the dimensions are, if you know offhand?
It is an in-ground pool. I believe it's 15 by 26.
Okay. And will there be a fence around that pool at all? Is a fence required for that?
There's either a fence required around the pool or a hard covering on it.
Okay.
Sean may be able to answer that exactly. I don't know the exact answer.
Yeah. No, again, you know, these are just, as Steve pointed out, these are some of the things that we certainly need to see and want to see. If we were to go out there, or someone was to go out there and issue a certificate of completion or compliance, go out there and what's actually the final build does not look like the as-build, gets a little complicated. So we're just trying to get as much information on this plan as was truly going to be built out there.
I can have that updated for you at your next meeting.
Thank you.
I vaguely remember the original plan having well, the upper plan definitely shows the fence, but I thought this one did too originally. So,
I see a couple comments in the chat box, but it looks like Sean Papich is trying to be promoted or to speak, and looks like he's still muted. If we could allow Sean Papich to speak.
Megan, did you hear that request?
I did. He's unmuted, so it's on his end, I guess, if he can't speak, but he's unmuted.
Thank you.
Hello,
hello.
hear
We
me?
hear you.
Thank you. This is Sean Papich Landscape Architecture, 222 North Street in Hingham. I did want to comment, there is the pool is 15 by 25 feet as it's in its size. Yes, there is a spa added and there's terrace in between. I do have a graphic if you'd like for me to share this screen. I could potentially share it with you if you'd like me to. I know you've already made several comments to Greg already about what still needs to go on the plan, so you may or may not want to see the graphic.
Is it showing either fence or anything else that people have asked about? Fence or patio?
Or decking around the pool? Does the decking around the pool extend past the dark black lines on the plan that we see here in front of us?
The outline of the patio is this line right here, which runs up around the pool and then comes
That's
down,
correct.
and then it runs along. So this is all patio.
Would you do that again, Greg, please?
This line that starts at the corner of the house and runs out and then to the back of the pool. Then from the back of the pool, it runs over to the spa and then along where the proposed deck was, along this here, and there's a retaining wall on the side. The retaining wall is on the approved plans. We are keeping, there's a crushed stone infiltration trench to infiltrate water off the patio. That was part of the approved plans as well. This whole area here was originally proposed as a stamped concrete patio. So that's not an increase in impervious surface there that's going to this, because what we've proposed is a stone patio, which is slightly more pervious than a stamped concrete surface.
Thank you.
So Greg, there's no patio on the northeast edge of the pool?
Perhaps Sean can answer that. Sean, the edge here.
Correct. There's no patio there, and I can share the screen to another graphic.
Yep.
If you'd like me to make it maybe a little, the graphic might be a little easier to read, I'm guessing.
That'd be great, please.
Okay.
Is this a fiberglass pool?
No, it's gunite is the intention. Yes, sir.
So it has a coping stone on the top,
Yes,
and that
Yeah.
would be the limit on that edge.
that's correct, Chris. I'm trying to share the screen right now, and it's giving me difficulty. The host disabled
Okay,
participants.
Megan, could you?
You should be all set. I just made you co-host.
Can
It should
you
be
try
ready.
that? I've got both a phone and a computer on line right now. So if you
All
can
right, try it on the other one.
Okay. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Can you see? Well, let me see if I can do a new share.
Can we just see? There you go.
There you go.
Perhaps that's a little easier to see. As Greg was describing, here's the 50-foot wetlands buffer on the edge, large tree existing here, other large existing trees in this area. The rest of this is really just meadow, what I consider to be meadow, as well as all of this area to the right-hand side of the house and the pool would remain as such, of course. Chris, your question that outside edge of the pool with the coping will be the edge of the paving there.
Yep.
And a retaining wall in that area. Same thing at the spa edge. Access will come from between the house and the spa.
Sean, when you say a retaining wall,
That's correct.
off the edge of the stone there, right where you have that cursor, how high is that retaining wall?
That will be about 4 feet here.
Okay,
It
so
gets to
just
six- it
yet
goes-
another comment to this plan, that this is certainly a substantial addition to what we had previously approved. And so I would like to add to the list of items here more information about the retaining wall. How is the retaining wall going to be cast in place? Is it going to be poured concrete, boulders, granite, rocks, et cetera, et cetera? Is it going to be put on a foundation? I'd like to more information on this retaining wall, in addition to what the actual material is going to be, fieldstone, et cetera. This project now is, while it may not change the stormwater calculations, I don't know, that was a question that was posed earlier, certainly pretty much abuts the 50-foot buffer zone. So I would like to see a lot more information on the plan.
But it'd be nice to have the elevation of that patio. Looks like the first floor is going to be at 19 feet and the contour there is at 12. So we're talking about a substantial amount of fill here. So Greg's earlier comment that he doesn't expect ledge may be a moot point if you're going to use that much fill.
On this plan, there is spot elevations on the terrace area as well as
18 feet, is that?
that's correct. That's correct. And
So
and
you're
so-
talking about 6 feet of fill on the, I don't see a north arrow, but we'll just say the right side of the swimming pool.
at the far end.
Yeah,
at the
and you
far
talked about a 4-foot retaining wall?
At the point where I was pointing there, I said 4,
Yeah,
and then at this point it is 6.
okay,
That's what I described. And so the one thing about the previous plan that had been done was that there was ultimately going to have to be a retaining wall there also with those grades, what was approved on whatever date that would have been, that was last year that was approved. Those would have also had retaining walls. So that fact of it, at least, I just want to mention, Jay, was that wouldn't have changed. That would have been the same as what would have had to have transpired with the previous approved plan.
Yeah, but it maybe a portion of the wall, but it seems like now the wall is carrying completely all the way around down by the fire pit, the spa, et cetera, and the wall is now appears to be carried all the way around. So while it may have been approved up the top there, it's safe to say that the retaining wall now is significantly longer in distance.
I think it was a wooden deck before, was it not? I think it was wooden deck. I think it was an elevated deck. I don't think it had a retaining wall.
There was a wood deck in this whole area, and then there was a raised terrace in this area.
There does seem to be a conflict between your retaining wall and Greg's stone trench at the southern side of the,
In this area, there probably would be there would need to be an adjustment in the graphic at least along here. We would place drains along this edge.
Well, Jeff's going to have his trench in a place that it actually
Greg.
functions properly.
And Sean, would you point to the due south on this, close to the swimming pool?
Let me double check to remind myself where due south is.
Sure.
So there would be straight, south is vertical with the page.
Okay, so what you're saying to me is that the tree, they will provide shade in the morning, but not in the afternoon. Is that correct?
Relatively true there, yeah. You'll have some other trees here.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just worried about, the residents coming to us and saying, we'd like to cut the tree.
No, that's in the 50. If you're in the 50, we wouldn't propose to cut the tree, right?
At present, today, that's correct.
Well, why would I come back to you? Let me just ask you that question. Why would the resident come back to you with work in the 50 when we're proposing to do all work outside the 50? Why would would you expect a resident to come back to have a
Because
large tree removed?
They've lived with it and they say, we want more sun on our pool. It's very simple. It happens all the time in many instances.
And we don't want all those
And-
leaves
and-
falling in our pool.
That's right.
And you,
Happens
so-
all the time.
and so
Sean.
what you're doing is you're also making the assumption that you're proposing that the current and new owners of the property are going to come back to do that.
I'm not making the assumption.
I
I'm
just don't
telling you,
understand the point, why you would
I'm
make it.
telling you the fact that I have seen it many, many
not
times
fact.
in other locations. That's all I'm telling you. The fact is, people build pools and then say, I want those trees out, period. That's the fact of the matter.
But it's in the,
Not assuming
but it's
anything.
in the 50.
Whether it's in the 50 or not,
and
people
nobody would ask you.
still say, we want the trees out. Happens all the time.
Well, it's irrelevant to what we're talking about on this project because we're not proposing that, Mr. Ivas.
I understand.
I think it's a little bit dangerous to start talking about that sort of language. And I don't think it's appropriate.
I think it is appropriate. That's exactly what happens to these projects.
I do not.
Well, I've
Let's
got
stick to the facts
35
of
years
this
of doing this, and that's what happened.
All right.
Okay,
Anyway, let's get to this project and not the 35 years that you did. Let's get to this project.
Okay, so
Ridiculous.
we've heard requests from commissioners to provide some dimensions, some extra grading, some detailing on how the walls are going to be built, how the stone trench and the wall are going to interface. Are there any other comments by commissioners that they would like to see as this project moves forward? It is, there are a number of concerns. We're kind of teetering between minor and greater amendment here, but I think if we can be clear to the applicant as to what we'd like to see, we can continue this hearing and then address things independently. Sean, one last question that I have is it fenced or is it? I guess you'd need a railing anyway because of the retaining wall.
Correct. We would need to have guardrail, right? So we would have that either way at the top of the wall. That's correct.
And it'll close off at the stairs and run all the way around the outdoor kitchen to the other side.
Yeah, no, you'd only need technically where we're at 30 inches or greater, the guardrail, but you would have it any place where we're 30 inches or greater. In that case, they would have an auto cover on the pool. So in Cohasset now, you can certainly do that without a pool enclosure.
Right.
So they could do that, but we would most certainly have it as you wrap around toward the grill area. That's correct.
Okay, so you're saying that there will be a guardrail as required by code and an auto cover on the pool?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
and one question for me again is, how will the 50-foot buffer be protected from the construction of the pool and wall, please?
Correct. Do you want that on the next submittal or do you want that right now?
Right now and on the next submittal, please.
So it'd be protected either with construction fencing. Obviously, you'd have erosion control in place. That's typically how it is done.
Just construction fencing?
Construction fencing, you also have erosion control.
Are you talking about?
Silt sock. You will also have a silt sock.
I understand, and
Correct.
good. Can we see where that silt sock is going to be placed on the next plan set, please?
Yeah, and I would imagine that would be on the engineer's plan.
Yeah, I think
Right.
Greg
So Sean, obviously the potential for fill to be spilled into the 50 would be significant unless the wall were built first. Is that what you anticipate? If you're going to build this retaining wall first and then fill behind it?
Yeah, typically you would do that, or you certainly would have to build the wall up before you're backfilling into it. Obviously the pool itself is going to be partially excavated and partially out of the ground, you know.
I mean, you're really close here and it looks like it's really a lot of care is going to have to be taken to make sure that what you're excavating, how deep is that pool, by the way?
It would typically still be an 8-foot deep pool on the deep end.
Okay, so you're really only going to have to excavate a couple of feet there.
Correct,
To maybe 3 feet for your pool.
correct.
But again, you're right up against that buffer, and so the construction phase is really going to have to be closely watched, I believe, and the people that are building it need to be well informed prior to construction that nothing is to cross that 50-foot line.
Agreed.
So I would think that the wall and the foundation for the wall are really a critical point in the construction phase here. That even building the foundation for the wall has the potential to spill over into the 50-foot.
Correct.
So-
Yeah, it has to be done carefully, of course.
So
and with
Sean,
diligence.
would you like to suggest inspection timing that should be added to the order?
Would you like to suggest it?
I'd be happy to suggest it.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think the order of conditions is certainly going to have staking. I think that's in our general order of conditions, that the stakes have to be at the 50 feet and maintained. And then obviously the inspection, through excavation and forming of whatever the foundation is going to have to go into play. But I think
Yes, but we should have some certain thresholds that should be inspection times so that everybody knows when they're going to be and why, et cetera, et cetera. None of this willy-nilly inspection stuff.
Yeah, well, a pre-construction meeting of all the contractors and subcontractors would seem to be essential here, so that everybody understands the order of conditions and the sensitivity of this construction, that it's so proximal to that 50-foot buffer. I mean, you're right up against it.
So
Yes.
I'm getting that staking and then the excavation for the foundation for the wall.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah, and Steve, there's a sequence of inspection events in our stormwater bylaws as well. I think there are about 6 or 7 of them at last check that would be very helpful to be used as reference. But certainly if there is any additional inspections that feel the need to be conducted, we can certainly include that in an order of conditions. Doesn't sound like an order of conditions is going to be issued tonight anyway.
Right.
But we can refer you to the stormwater bylaws, which do reference a sequence of events for inspections.
Thank you. That's helpful.
I think Greg and Sean would be helpful here to answer some of the questions that we're getting, and hopefully, it will ease the questions at the next hearing, is maybe to put together a little construction plan on exactly what the first steps of construction, et cetera. It doesn't need to be elaborate. It could be as simple as, 1 page, just a construction sequence of events.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mhm.
So Greg and Sean, are you able, can we use the same date of July the 15th? So the idea would be that you'd have, Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, that have a week to get new plans in?
Preferably, it'd be helpful if we had the plans, by close of business, like a week from tonight.
Yep.
That sounds good to me. We can do that.
Greg, does that work for you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so I'm going to, unless anyone else has a comment, I'm going to continue this hearing till,
Mr. Chair, I believe there was just one quick comment in the chat.
I'm not seeing it.
It was in the chat, also added an SPA.
Spa.
That's
That's
just
just,
added
yeah,
a
sorry.
spa.
Yeah, correct. Okay. Just want to make sure we hit that chat.
Yes, I think the person was just making it known that the spa was also added as part of the change. And that is noted. Thank you. Okay, so the amended order of conditions hearing for Lot 1 Black Horse Road will be continued until July 15th, 2021.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next hearing this evening, scheduled for 6:50 PM, is an NOI 21-06 and stormwater permit 21-07 for 1 Pleasant Street. This is a mixed-use project, and this is a continuation, a continuance from March 25th, 2021. I am going to,
Chris.
yes,
Hi, I'm going to recuse myself from this one.
okay.
This is Greg Morse. I'm here to represent this project.
Okay, and is there anyone else that's should be elevated to present with you?
The property owner may be on, Paul Sheeran.
I do not see him.
Okay.
Anyone else?
That's going to be it tonight.
Okay. So Sean needs to, Sean, you're not part of this project, correct? Sean didn't leave us. Megan, can you stop his sharing ability so that goes away? Great.
Great.
Sean's not part of this, correct, Greg?
Correct.
Okay, so Sean can be taken from the panel. And Greg, would you like to share a plan with us?
Yes, I would. Okay. Excellent. Good to go?
Yes, please.
Okay. So this is a continued notice of intent and stormwater permit application for property located at 1 Pleasant Street. This is, I believe, the second hearing that we've had on this project. 1 Pleasant Street's at the bottom right side of the page here. There's an existing building at the property located right here. That's the light gray building. It abuts the Greenbush Railroad line at the top of the page here, and Smith Place way up here in the top left-hand corner. The proposal here is to take down the existing building and put up a new mixed-use building in its place. That new building is the darker outline that you see here. It would be retail commercial space on the first floor, and then apartment units on the second and third floors. Supporting that building would be construction of a new parking lot. These here represent the parking locations with access off of Pleasant Street, as well as an access off of Smith Place with an access driveway coming in. At the last hearing, we discussed the wetlands that exist at the site. There are actually no wetlands on this property. The wetlands are off-site, located right here. There's a very well-defined man-made intermittent stream channel that enters into a subsurface culvert right here. That subsurface culvert connects to this pipe, which is known as the James Brook Culvert System. Ultimately, this James Brook Culvert System discharges down off of Brook Street in downtown. The commission asked that a wetland peer review be done of this intermittent stream. You hired Weston and Sampson to perform a wetland peer review, and I believe you have in your file a report from Weston and Sampson that concurs with the wetland flagging that we had placed along the intermittent stream. Off of that intermittent stream right here is a dashed line that represents the 50-foot buffer zone. You'll note that there is no work proposed inside the 50-foot buffer zone whatsoever. And then this dashed line, which represents the 100-foot buffer zone. The building is outside of the 100-foot buffer. However, there is parking located inside of that 100-foot buffer. That interior portion of the 100-foot buffer today, some of it is parking area, some of it is lawn surface. Weston and Sampson was also hired on behalf of the planning board to conduct a full review of this site for compliance with zoning, as well as a full review of the site with respect to stormwater and the DEP stormwater standards. They've made their findings that the project complies. The planning board has closed this public hearing. For stormwater on this site, we're proposing a number of things. The back driveway and parking spaces coming in off of Smith Place. These are located in an area with porous pavement, so that you effectively don't get any stormwater runoff off of that surface. It is infiltrated directly underneath the asphalt itself. Secondly, we've proposed a subsurface dry well system here, a second one located here in red. This first subsurface system connects to the building gutter system, so it takes the roof runoff and infiltrates roof runoff. The second one that you see here in red takes the runoff from the parking lot area. The parking lot runoff is directed to two catch basins, one located here and one located here. They go through a manhole and a particle separator device prior to this Cultec infiltration system. The overflows from both of these connect to an existing manhole, which connects to the James Brook culvert system. There's a reduction in rates and volumes of runoff from this project pre versus post development. Again, it has been peer reviewed. It has been through the DPW and it has been through the planning board at this point. I'll turn it over to you.
Steve, do you have any comments or background on this you'd like to share with us?
Yes, I did take a look at the location of the wetlands. Looked fine to me. The question I have is, Greg, did the planning board require inspection of the porous pavement surface at certain times during the year?
They haven't written their decision yet. I would expect that would be in that.
Okay.
That was discussed, and there were recommendations from Weston and Sampson for inspections of that. I expect that that will be included.
Do you remember what the inspection period was offhand? I'm just curious now.
I believe they were quarterly inspections.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Otherwise, no, I don't have any other comments.
So Greg, you say planning board has approved this project?
They've closed the public hearing.
Okay.
They haven't issued their decision on it, but
Okay.
it has, I believe all their comments have been addressed. They've received a peer review that addressed all of their comments. We are expecting an approval letter from them.
And I assume that there's a zoning variance for front setback, is that correct?
No, this is in the Village Business Overlay District,
Okay,
so it allows buildings to be constructed closer to the front yard setback.
I see, okay.
I'd just like to make the note to Tom. Tom, this is a situation where the infiltrators, the Cultec infiltrators, are going directly into a town drainage system, as we talked earlier tonight.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if I could find the section I thought I saw in the bylaws or rules and regs to see whether official permission was required for that sort of thing. And I haven't run across it yet. I'm still scrolling.
Okay.
I hope I've highlighted it, because if I haven't, it might take a while to find.
Now, Greg, clarify if you will, it's the overflow from these systems that goes in, correct?
That's correct. It's the overflow that goes into that culvert system. We did meet on site with Brian Joyce, the town engineer, and reviewed the connection. Other projects in the downtown district, including the new condos directly across the street on James Lane, have all tied into that culvert system with overflow devices.
Okay, and have you done test pits in the area of the Cultec systems?
We've done a couple of test pits on the site. And yes, it's a sandy loam soil. We have a test pit log over here. This is a loamy sand that was encountered to a depth of 57 or 67 inches, it looks like.
But no infiltration test.
No, not a perk test. when we do the drainage analysis, it's based off of soil texture.
Right.
Greg, you mentioned that earlier on with the wetland delineation that Weston and Sampson has performed that. I have not seen that. It's not on our OneDrive. It's not, at least I have not seen it transferred to the Conservation Commission. Has anybody seen that wetland delineation? Because it's not accessible on our OneDrive.
You're talking about the wetland peer review?
Yes.
I think I saw it probably a month ago. It might have been just paper copy, actually.
Okay. I would be interested in seeing that just for verification. I'm on the OneDrive now, and I do not see that on the OneDrive for this application. So I just had that question.
Yeah, I do have the note on the plan right here. Weston and Sampson Inc. memorandum dated 4/21/21. That was addressed. I thought it was sent to you directly. I could certainly get a copy and make sure you have a copy of it.
Yeah, I'd appreciate. I'm not doubting you. Just
Yeah.
it's not in our electronic database. So
yeah, it looked like it would have. Yeah, it would have came in end of April.
Okay.
April 21st.
Jay, I'm not sure that Weston and Sampson was actually the third party hired for the wetland delineation. I think ECR was.
No, ECR did the delineation on behalf of my client.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Weston and Sampson was hired by the town of Cohasset to do the peer review, the third party peer review.
So my next question, Greg, is can you just talk about what actually could potentially go to the James Brook culvert? Because I'm reading through the DPW comments that I received separately, and there were some comments with respect to what can and could not go to the James Brook culvert. Can you just reiterate the overflow or any catch basins at all or anything on the plan that could potentially go to the James Brook culvert?
Sure. So after we received those DPW comments too, I think they were dated maybe early June, if I'm not mistaken. After receiving those comments, that's when we met on site with both Brian Joyce, who's the town's engineer, as well as his assistant. His name's escaping me at the moment. What we did a review of the entire site. It was pretty evident when they wrote those comments that they had not seen the stormwater calculations. They were not aware that a peer review had been done of this site. So they were given copies of all of that since then. They did make several recommendations on what to do out at the site here. And we incorporated those into our final plans. When looking at what's tying into the James Brook culvert, what we have is we have in this parking area, we have two catch basins. We have this catch basin right here, and we have this catch basin right here. Those both go to a manhole at this location, and then next to that manhole is what's called a Storm Scepter 900, which is a particle separator to treat any of the contaminants in the stormwater. From there, the stormwater goes into the subsurface infiltration system with an overflow pipe here to a manhole, this existing manhole being the James Brook culvert. The second overflow is the overflow from these chambers. These chambers here are the ones that are tied to the roof drainage system. The roof drainage system is considered clean stormwater, so it does not have a particle separator ahead of it. You know, there's no oil, for example, or sand sediment that would be in this runoff. But we provided this manhole here with the requirement that, you know, there would be a drain plug kept on site so that in the event there was ever an oil spill or anything of the likes, you could plug the pipe here and stop any sort of contaminants from entering the James Brook. Granted, if there was an oil spill on the site, it would first have to go through a deep sump hooded catch basin, one manhole, a particle separator, make it through the chamber system before it even got to discharge of the James Brook culvert. We also talked about at the back side of this site, the James Brook culvert has two catch basins already on this site. There's one right here, existing catch basin. There's another existing catch basin right here. These are grates that are to the ground surface on this site. And the purpose of those grates is more to prevent a siphoning effect within the culvert under the ground. We were previously using those grates to allow for water to enter the James Brook system. DPW clearly didn't want us to do that. What they wanted us to do instead was to add new catch basins, which you'll see one catch basin here, which is a new one, and a second new one here. And then to replace the catch basin grates that exist at the site with solid drain manhole covers. That's why you see this note right here. So these new catch basins will act to prevent the suctioning or siphoning that they were concerned with. The pavement throughout this entire area, though, however, is porous asphalt. So we're expecting the stormwater in this area not to enter the James Brook culvert in these catch basins. It will infiltrate subsurface of the parking lot itself. So these catch basins here really aren't conveying stormwater into the system. They're more just a relief for pressure of the culvert system.
So the $1 million question going back to the overflows is, what is the likelihood that there's going to be an overflow here? Is it going to be a 10-year storm, 100-year storm, or how often would
the 25-year storm event overflows into this? When you look at the regulations, it's that you're not allowed to increase the rate or volume of stormwater off your site post-development. It's not that you can't discharge off your site. Right now, this site discharges into that James Brook culvert system. So we're just mitigating the increase in runoff between the pre and the post-development. But it's the 25-year storm event where we start using those overflows.
And so I'd assume that you've talked to the DPW, and I understand that there's been a revised plan since the original comments, that the DPW is okay with the revised plan?
That's correct.
Okay. Has there been any documentation back and forth with that, or what I'd prefer, I'd like to see something from, maybe this is a town question here, see something from the DPW that they are okay with that before, so that we can dismiss the previous comments that were made months ago.
Yeah, so I don't know if those previous comments were addressed specifically to the Conservation Commission or to the Planning Board, but I know that DPW was in contact with our town planner, Lauren Lind, as well as with Weston and Sampson and the Planning Board prior to the Planning Board closing out their comments. I have not seen any further written correspondence from DPW, but we've incorporated all of their comments into this, and they certainly were involved in discussions with the town planner in closing out this public hearing.
Okay. And again, the Planning Board has not recorded or finalized their official approval or order of conditions?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Other commissioners? Any other questions or comments?
No.
Oh, I do remember part of the W&S report. They did test some runoff from the existing parking lot close to Pleasant Street. They tested the soil and found out it was not hydric soil. They did have a few small vegetative hydric vegetation, but the soil was not hydric at all. So I do remember that, and that was indeed paper copy that I saw.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any, further questions or comments here. My only concerns are that I don't have the documentation in front of me in order to make my approval here this evening. If it sounds like there's going to be any motions that are made or we're going in that direction. Again, I don't have any issues with it, but I would like to see the wetland delineation that was done. Not doubting it. I would like to see that. I'd also
talking about the peer review, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah, the peer review that was done.
Yeah.
as well as I would like to see just a very brief, whether it's a memo or a letter from either the DPW or Lauren Lind that has okayed the overflow into the catch basin, et cetera. Because again, all I'm going on is I see the old DPW comments that there should be no stormwater direct discharge into James Brook. So I'm not doubting that. I would just like to see that. And then I guess lastly, I would just hate to have an approval here that could potentially conflict with any planning board approvals. I have not listened in on the planning board approvals. I know it's been, or hearings, I know it's been a lengthy process. I assume that everything on tonight's plan has been revised and is in accordance with the planning board, but I would just hate to see that this plan has any conflicts after, if we were to make any approvals on it tonight and then have a planning board decision come out thereafter, which conflicts with some of this information. But that's just my personal comment.
Jay, can you tell us, because you said you have a letter from DPW. Could you tell us what the origin of that was?
Yeah, I'd have to go dig that up. All I do is I just remember that the DPW comments said that there should be no discharge from any of the catch basins into James Brook. But I would have to dig that up for you.
Well, then I mean, I totally agree with you as far as what you've asked for, and that particular document as well. I think it should be circulated to all the commissioners so they have it and can make that. Greg, I'd also like to point out there are at least 2 trees within the 100-foot buffer. Is there a landscape plan for this project?
There is a landscape plan for this project. So you can see there's essentially screening new trees along this lot line here. This being the 100-foot buffer, new shrub plantings along the lot line there, ornamentals in the landscape islands, and the specific species. We have a list here. What's proposed. So.
Yeah, Greg, I would take out anything with an X and take out anything with the single quotes. They are not natives, okay?
So these were the species that were specifically recommended by Weston and Sampson, who did a peer review of the landscaping.
I understand.
So.
My comments stand.
Okay.
And this plan was prepared by Amy Martin. Steve and Amy have had a long talk about species, so I think she'll be able to change it quite quickly for you.
Yes, I'm sure. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so Greg, I think at least what I've heard so far is that there is a request to get some little documentation, because unfortunately it hadn't been shared with the commission.
Copy of the wetland delineation done by the third party.
Yeah, primarily third party, and then from something from the DPW and what you have from the DPW to share with us. And then a couple minor changes to the planting. You know, mostly this is in order, but if you could get those together, we could, and we can continue this again to the 15th, and hopefully there'll be a decision by the planning board by then, so we know that there's no interference or no changes required from them, and we'll be able to quickly move through this on the 15th. Are you agreeable to that?
Yes.
Okay. And this hearing is continued till July the 15th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Scheduled for 7:10, and we're well beyond that. So stormwater permit 21-06 for 32 Windy Hill, new home construction. This is continued from June 17th, 2021.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I'm going to recuse myself from this hearing.
thank you. I'd just like to, so Kathy Berrigan has recused herself from this hearing. Typically, I would recuse myself from this hearing, but because of our limited numbers these days, I am going to actually stay on. I will not comment on this hearing, and I will not vote on this hearing, but I will stay on as a active commissioner so that the quorum is met.
Chris,
Jeff,
excuse me, how many voting members will we have in that case?
you will have three voting members.
But so Chris said, I'm happy to I guess, temporarily chair this next application here. To answer the question, Eric, we actually will have 4 voting members, but our chair, Chris, is going to abstain, which means that for the project to be approved, it would need 3 votes of approval.
And the 4 members are yourself, myself,
Tricia Grady and Chris.
okay, fine.
So we have 4 voting members. We already have a member who will abstain and will not be commenting. So the commissioners that will be commenting on this application are myself, Eric, and Trish. And Tom is welcome too, but he's not a voting member. But again, just for the record, in order for the application to pass, it would need 3 votes of support. All right, Greg, it looks like you're here. Greg, is there anyone else from the attendees list there that you would like to promote up to a panelist for this evening, and we can get them promoted? If you could just mention their names, please.
Or I don't, let's see. Yeah, I don't get to see the attendees list. I don't.
If
But
there's
I'm not-
any, I'll ask the question, if there are any attendees that that are part of the application itself, just please raise your hand and we will promote you. This is not for any individuals that want to provide any comments. If anybody would like to provide any comments during the course of this application, please do so through the Q&A box or the chat box at that specific time. But if there's anybody from the audience that, again, wants to be promoted to be able to speak, please just raise your hand, and I don't see anybody. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Greg, I'll turn it over to you. This is a continuance from June 17th, 32 Windy Hill. We've actually only had one hearing on this many, many months ago. Earlier in the year, we did have one hearing on this, and I believe the commission also did a site visit a few months back, but this has not been in front of the commission for quite some time. So this is only the second hearing in front of the commission. Greg, if you wouldn't mind taking over here and do a little screen share, we'll listen to the application.
Excellent. I'm going to put a copy of the site plan up. For the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering. This is a stormwater permit application for lot 32, Windy Hill, which, as you look at the plan, the property line here is shown in bold. The lot itself is approximately 27,000 square feet in size. It's entirely upland land area. There are no wetlands on this lot. Looking at the general layout, you have Windy Hill at the bottom of the screen. You have Jerusalem Road here. On the opposite side of Jerusalem Road in blue, there is a wetland associated with Straits Pond. The 100-foot buffer zone for that is the line here in green. You'll see that there is no work proposed within the 100-foot buffer. There's no notice of intent filing required on lot 32. This is a stormwater permit application. As was just mentioned, this was originally filed back over the winter. The first hearing, I believe, was in February. The commission conducted a site visit. Since that time, we've revised the plan, and we've been in front of the Cohasset Planning Board and received large home review approval. For stormwater on this site, we reduced stormwater impacts from the initial application by eliminating a third bay on the garage, reducing impervious area there. We pulled in the limit of clearing, which originally included a larger portion of the lot. How the site sits today, there are no trees proposed to be removed from what exists at the site today. The home is located right here on the lot. The home is serviced by 2 dry well systems, one at the back corner of the building, another one off the front corner of the building. These would connect to the roof drainage systems and promote infiltration. The driveway access for this property is predominantly over an existing driveway. The existing driveway starts here at Windy Hill and comes up, and it services a home to the left. You'll see the outline of the existing driveway. We're proposing to connect to that and make this a shared driveway. So the additional impervious is essentially just the top half of the driveway that you see here. What we've added along the entire driveway from top to bottom, though, we have added a crushed stone trench to promote infiltration along the entire, including the existing driveway surface.
Greg, could you just blow that up just a little bit, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. So you can see the existing driveway runs up to right about here, and this is existing driveway. So the proposal is to add this piece. This hatching here represents the crushed stone trench, which would be built all the way down to Windy Hill. We have a trench drain running across the driveway, discharging into the crushed stone trench as well. Again, the dry well systems connecting to the roof leaders at that point. There's a reduction in the 2, the 10, and the 100-year storm events. It's approximately a 15% reduction in the peak discharge rates, and it's a 16% reduction in the volume of runoff for those storm events. I turn it over to you.
Thank you. Before I ask the commissioners, Steve, Mr. Rivas, do you have any comments or concerns you want to share with us this evening?
No, I just want just a note to explain the crushed stone trench is really not what you may know as a crushed stone. This is actually a 1.5 inch minus stone, double washed. I think you should make that very clear, Greg, because this crushed stone is a lot smaller in size, in my way of thinking. You've got pea stone up top, then you've got geotext, and then you've got the minus 1.5 minus below, which is very transmittable for water, very transmissive for water. That's all.
You're referring to the stone on the bordering of the property, Steve?
Well, in the trench itself along the driveway. If you look,
Okay. Yeah.
if you look over to the right, left-hand side of the photo, right there. Yes, thank you. Yeah, very transmissive stuff versus crushed stone, which is often a much smaller average grade. That's all.
So crushed stone, typically when you use it at an infiltration capacity, is anywhere from 3/4 inch in size all the way up to 2 inch crushed stone. 1.5 inch is common for an application like this.
No, I'm just pointing that out.
So yeah, it's common because of the void space that it allows. It allows itself to hold water and promote infiltration for that. You typically top it with a pea stone, which is much smaller, and that's what we have specified on top, just to prevent soil or anything from getting into the larger void space of the 1.5 inch crushed stone. To prevent transmission of water just running down the trench, what we specify is right here in this note, that there be check dams installed. Check dams are that along that crushed stone trench, you install a dam across inside of the crushed stone to actually hold back water.
And Greg, how often are those stone dams placed?
Those are typically placed 40 feet on center.
Okay. Is that note on the plan somewhere? I think that's important to put on the plan, frankly.
Okay. I can certainly add that to the plan, or it could be a condition if you felt so.
Yes.
Greg, I had another question on the proposed 2-inch crushed stone trench along the bordering properties where it says that right there. Yeah. If you could blow that up, that would be great. Again, sorry. The 6-inch PVC overflow pipe.
Yep.
How, can you just explain the overflow pipe and how that's working, or when that's going to take effect?
Sure. So the roof dry wells, they handle the 2-year storm event. Beyond the-
2-year?
Correct.
Okay.
Beyond the 2-year storm event, they overflow to what we call a level spreader at this location. It's a crushed stone trench. This one here, it's 2 feet wide by 1.5 feet deep. And what it does is it allows that overflow to return from a concentrated flow coming out of a pipe. It allows it to return to a sheet flow condition, to an overland surface flow.
And when you say overland, can you describe where the overland actually would be?
Sure. So right now, when you look at the topography of this lot, the high point being at the top corner here, approximately elevation 44 or 46, how this lot drains, it drains down to Jerusalem Road, a large portion of it. Some of it does drain to Windy Hill. Where we've cited this here, the contours of this land and how it flows across lot 31 direct it toward Jerusalem Road. So that overflow from this discharge point overflows toward Jerusalem Road.
And Greg, can you put on the plan the size of the crushed stone as well? I think that's important to keep on the plan for the contractor. I'm thinking contractor, because the contractor's not here tonight.
So our crushed stone trench detail has the 1.5 inch stone. That's what's specified in it. And it has the dimensions, the width, and the depths of the trench.
For both locations.
Correct. It's the same construction, this trench
Good.
and this trench.
Good, thank you. Mhm.
Greg, is there any way to cite that further up gradient there while still maintaining the grade? You know, the intent of this whole bylaw and the application is to create groundwater infiltration, groundwater recharge. You know, I certainly would be concerned if I were living in that home, down gradient of that. And that's always been my concern on this property. Is there any way to enlarge that trench drain to create more capacity? It's only a 2-year storm. While people may say it only happens once every 2 years, it probably happened yesterday, and it's probably going to happen in about 20 minutes from now tonight, and probably tomorrow again. So I would just be concerned about that. Is there any way to increase the capacity?
So it's a matter of how much do you want to increase it? Because what your regulations require, they require that the post-development be less than the pre-development. And it complies with that. It's 15% less now. Okay. So how much more do you want to go? You know, you look at, if you retained all of the stormwater from the site, you're now eliminating potentially down gradient resource areas that are reliant upon that stormwater. I agree with you that, you know, your regulations talk highly about infiltration. Infiltration serves a lot of purposes. One, to be recharging of aquifer areas. This isn't in an aquifer area that we, you know, want to make sure that we recharge to the max extent practicable. But this does comply with your regulations. Could it be bigger? Yes, it absolutely could be. But it's holding back 15% more water now. And those down gradient resource areas, Straits Pond, the wetlands adjacent to them, will they be impacted if we hold back more? I can't say that. I try to match it so that my pre-development and my post-development are essentially as close as they can be for that very purpose.
So I agree with you, and it's good to hear that there's a 15% reduction. I just would, given that there's a home down gradient, I wouldn't want to see the down gradient resource actually, or the water not make it to a down gradient resource and make it to the home. That's all. That's my concern. But you know, again, as you pointed out, if there's a 15% reduction, then certainly that meets the intent of the stormwater bylaw, where the post-development is less than pre-development.
Yes, I would add too that, you know, the home down gradient, that is a proposed home. That's not a home that exists today. There is a separate stormwater permit application in a permit that's already been issued on that lot. And that accounts for the development of lot 32 above it. So they are harmonious with each other, if you would.
Yeah. There's a comment from the audience, which I will get to it in a minute. Before I lose my train of thought here with a question. You mentioned earlier on that there will be no trees that will be removed currently that exist on the property now.
Correct.
With the, the plan that we have in front of us now, and again, I don't think if you could highlight if there are any, well, if you're saying that there's no trees to be removed, but I was led to believe there were going to be trees that were going to be removed by the existing pool, or not the plan that we have in front of us that mentions there is a pool there.
So the large home review has scaled back the clearing associated with the pool so that trees in this area cannot be cleared. So we're not proposing to clear at that location. There would be some grading in this area, but there are no large trees. There are no vegetation that would be removed at that location.
Okay, so is it safe to say that the proposed erosion barrier or limit of work would need to be significantly brought back to the house?
We could bring it back up to the edge of the existing tree line at this location.
Okay, so what you have on the plan now is a proposed 14 by 30 foot, 32 foot pool. Is that pool going to be constructed?
It's our intent to construct that pool at this time.
It is or is not? I'm sorry.
I believe it is our intent to construct that pool. There's no trees at that location that need to be cut for the pool construction.
Okay. I would certainly, my first comment would be I'd like to see the erosion barrier or the limit of work be scaled back, or to just put wherever the actual limit of work is going to be.
Okay.
So that we actually see where that limit of work is going to be. Has the planning board, have you received a final copy of the planning board approval?
It's a recommendation from the planning board, not a permit. I believe that has been issued. I don't have a copy of it with me.
Okay. I did take a brief glance at that, and I did see a couple comments on there. Again, this is just another comment where the Conservation Commission just wants to see where we don't want to be potentially approving a project if we were in that position on any application, and then a planning board approval that conflicts with our approval here. So I see one area that where this plan needs to be revised at the very least.
Okay.
I would like to see a plan that's consistent with actually what's going to be built or on this site. I want to, before I get to the Q&A, any other comments? We can certainly come back, but any other comments from the commissioners?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay, Tom.
Question, actually. Greg, I understand that the trench that we've been talking about along the property line is meant to disperse the water so that we return to sheet flow. Under what conditions would that 6-inch PVC overflow pipe be activated?
So the overflow pipe is the pipe that leaves from the dry wells.
Oh, I see.
To that crushed stone.
So the dry well is uncapped and it would just overflow? Is that?
So the dry wells are subsurface.
No, not the dry wells, the crushed stone trench. I understand.
Correct.
How
the crushed stone trench is up to the finished ground surface. So that when
it would just overflow.
It just overflows onto the surface.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
So I was a little bit confused about that. It looked like the leader goes right to the trench, and it looks as if somehow or other it's capped perhaps, and if it were overwhelmed, that you wouldn't exactly have sheet flow. You'd have a direct discharge from a 6-inch PVC pipe. So under a 2-year storm, then you're going to be creating something that's on what the order of 20 or 30 feet. Is that how long that trench is?
Yes.
Okay. And so what sort of depth would you expect to see in a 2-year storm in your sheet flow.
So that doesn't receive any flow for the 2-year storm. That's only activated when these dry wells overflow
And they overflow at what?
beyond the 2-year storm.
Okay, so let's say a 10-year storm then. Do you have any notion of how deep that sheet flow might be? And it sort of looks like, I mean, you pointed out at the beginning that over the entire lot there, some of that water would flow down towards Windy Hill, and it looks like a great deal of it would also flow towards Jerusalem Road. Now all of it's going to be directed towards Jerusalem Road. Perhaps
That's not correct.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
I'm just looking at I'm not looking at those. I'm looking at your crushed stone trench.
Yeah, so
Okay, yeah, right. So I'm looking at the contours on the property that's downhill from the crushed stone trench, and it looks like it looks like most of that is, or at least a good deal of it's going to end up going towards Jerusalem Road.
yes,
Instead of down to Windy Hill, and perhaps some of it could even go down to the footprint of the proposed house on lot 31. So I guess my question is, could you perhaps lengthen that trench so that it is longer than 30 feet and therefore spread that overflow over a larger length and reduce its depth that way?
so with a 30-foot trench, it's not a measurable depth
Okay.
of the overflow
You
there.
agree that if it were a 60-foot trench, that it would spread that that sheet flow over a much wider area and perhaps impinge a little bit less on lot 31 than this shorter trench. I mean, if I were living on lot 31, I might not be happy about what's happening there at my property line. Again, I agree you've met the standards. I'm just looking towards the interest of, and there isn't even an abutter yet, as you pointed out, but still there will be an abutter, and it seems prudent to, as a good neighbor, perhaps, maybe extend that trench a bit in one direction or another so that they don't find that they have stormwater from lot 32, sheet flow from lot 32, ending up in their backyard.
So lot 31 already has a stormwater permit issued on it.
Right.
And it takes into account the development of lot 32.
Including that trench. I know we had a site plan that preceded this one that did not have this trench.
It did not specifically have that trench, but it anticipated flow at a certain rate and volume off of this site along that back lot line.
Spread out across the whole lot line or concentrated like it is here?
Essentially cut in the middle so that half of it was on the left side of the new house and half of it was on the right side. And we feel that we've achieved that with this design. I can make the trench longer. I don't think it's going to be beneficial, noticeably beneficial at all to lot 31, but I'm glad to do that if that's what's being requested of me.
Well, I'm not requesting it. I'm just trying to understand what's going to happen here. I mean, you're the engineer here. and
So without
not my place to try to redesign this for you in any way. I'm just wondering if you've considered those things. It sounds like you have. I guess I'd like to review that lot 31 stormwater permit to see just how it anticipates this new crushed stone trench that was, like I say, was not on your previous drawings.
Greg, perhaps you could clarify the little bit with a letter or some documentation. Again, as you well know, I don't have to tell you, we look at the site conditions, and I don't remember seeing or reviewing the application where we looked at off-site runoff from an adjacent property onto the property itself. So if you could just clarify that with a letter or documentation to support your claim, then that would be fine.
Gladly.
So circling around to your trench beside the driveway, it looks like it's going to discharge right to Windy Hill. Where does it go then?
Sure. After it hits Windy Hill, there are two catch basins that it flows down to. It flows down toward Jerusalem Road, and there's a catch basin in Jerusalem Road. There's one at the intersection as well.
These are
Right here.
public or private?
Public.
Public.
And those are already in existence, Greg?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
And then from the catch basins, they go directly to Straits Pond. Is that correct?
I haven't mapped it. I would imagine they either go to Straits Pond or the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, okay. That seems like a stretch to think that they might climb uphill and get over the hump to get to Black Rock Beach, but
True. Straits Pond's the likely discharge point. I have not mapped it out. There are existing catch basins on an old drainage system within the town right of way.
yeah.
There are a couple of questions from the audience that I want to get to here, and I read them prior to Greg. I'm going to address them to you. The first one is from Virginia Jensen at 542 Jerusalem. The first question is, or maybe I guess it's a question. I'm concerned about the flooding and freezing of water on Jerusalem Road in this area. The question is, will the stormwater permit negatively impact this problem in any way? And if Greg, if you want to answer that one for us.
Sure. So as we all know, there is a problem with freezing of water on Jerusalem Road that already exists today. This here, we're proposing 15% less water coming off of this site post-development. So it's not going to have an adverse impact. It's not going to fix the problem that's out there, but it's not going to have an adverse impact to it.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is, I think it goes back to Tom's comment as well. There are many migrating birds on Straits Pond. Can you assure us that no harmful materials / fertilizer, etc., will flow into Straits Pond via this system?
If there were conditions that the commission wanted to put on this with respect to fertilizers or pesticides, I would urge you to do so if that's a concern of the commission with this stormwater permit.
Okay, noted for a potential order of conditions.
There's no order of conditions here, but
Yes,
stormwater permit.
Yes, it's special conditions if we get to that point. Okay, one more comment from Ann Bernica. On the plan, the tree line overlaps the corner of the pool. How will the pool be constructed without removing trees? Question. The planning board did approve with the condition that no trees be removed. So I think you tried to answer that earlier, Greg, but I'll throw it back to you. Is the pool going to continue to be in the existing location that it is now, or will it be redesigned per the planning board tentative condition of approval?
Yeah, I will have to provide you with a revised plan to address that. I don't believe there are any trees at that location that need to be cut down. That's what I've been told. But I will look into that and I can address that on a revised plan.
Okay, thank you. Further comments from the audience or any of the commissioners?
Let me ask you a question, Greg, and I certainly am not, I have the kind of expertise that you have, but as I look at this plot, pre-construction, it seems to me there's a lot of water which is just infiltrating and permeating down across lot 31. That's the existing situation. Now it seems like a lot of this is obviously going to be in your chambers up above, but a substantial portion of the water is being shunted down your trench, going down by the driveway, and that gully thing, that thing you have up above going down the Straits Pond. So it seems to me you're taking a lot of water which is loosely dispersed and pushing it into narrow chutes of water, trenches and things like that. To me, that's not a good thing, all right? You get the water's going to be rushing down, you're collecting the water, it's going to the bottom of the road. Now, I'm certainly not going to support this project the way it is now because I don't have confidence in what you're doing is correct and beneficial for lot 31 and for the lot we're talking about. Can you somehow try and ease my concerns that all this movement of water and trenches and everything isn't just an artifice to get some house built, that the whole thing is not going to sort of fall apart and cause a lot of problems in the future?
So what we've done to that point is from right here down to Windy Hill, this is existing pavement. There's an existing driveway here. Up top, we're only adding driveway from here up. It's just this area that has new driveway. This is all existing down here. So we've added a crushed stone trench, not just along what we've proposed, but we've also added it along the entire existing driveway. The existing driveway is, in excess of 150 feet in length. So we're fixing what doesn't have any stormwater control on it now, and we're actually putting stormwater control in for that driveway. The rest of the lot right now all drains toward Windy Hill and drains toward Jerusalem Road. The lot is largely cleared. It's lawn surface. When this house gets constructed, all these areas outside the house are going to go back as lawn surface, effectively conversion of lawn to lawn. There's not going to be a significant change or as much of a change as if we were going from lawn to asphalt. So even though while we're grading in these areas, I don't expect there to be a large increase. And then the house, where we've cited the house, we're directing that to dry well systems to hold back stormwater. We've provided the calculations. The calculations speak for themselves, showing that there's a reduction. We've performed test pits out here showing what the soil capacities are. You have a stormwater report stamped by a professional engineer saying there's a reduction. I don't know what else I can provide to you to document it. We've done stormwater analysis for the 2, the 10, the 100-year storm events. That's all been provided to you. Is there a specific document or another calculation you want us to do? I will gladly try it.
It just seems, Greg, there's just a heck of a lot of movement of water in trenches and channels and everything else going on here. It's all going to end up at the bottom of the hill. Whether it's going to be iced over in the winter or not, I can't really say. You say it's not, and I guess I have to believe you, all right? But this is one of the most complicated stormwater management situations I've seen. And in an area that I believe, the more complicated it is, the less likely it is going to work in the long term. That's my overall feeling.
I guess I don't want to go against what you're saying there, but I see this as a fairly basic stormwater design. This is not something that requires mechanical devices. It's nothing that requires significant maintenance requirements. It's not an onerous system for the homeowner to have this system in place. The entire site right now drains to Jerusalem Road and Windy Hill. So yes, I'm directing stormwater to specific engineered design devices that are required by your bylaw. I will take another look at them, but this is all in accordance with your bylaw. That's why these have been designed the way that they are. Your bylaw doesn't allow me to just take the driveway runoff and run it out over a lawn surface and let it flow downhill. I have to trap it, collect it, and discharge it into something. That's how the regulations are written. I'll gladly take another look at this one, but I did not see this as a complex design. You do roof dry wells, I would imagine, on probably 90% of the single family homes that this commission sees. And crushed stone trenches along driveways, you regularly see those as well. I don't see those as onerous in any application.
I would say that, first of all, we have looked at the design and certainly meets on paper our bylaws and rules and regulations. We are charged with regulating to a performance standard, and we're presented with a design standard and or a design and and we have to make a decision about whether this design actually will perform as designed. I think when we look at, I think all of us might feel a little bit uncomfortable about looking at did you say that stone trench along the driveway is 160 feet long? Something like that?
The existing driveway.
Yeah, we could look at that as a 160-foot long fire hose that's going to discharge right onto Windy Hill Road. There's no,
And it discharges there today without any
no
stormwater.
catchment at the base of it until you get to the public storm system. We don't know what the size of that is. We don't know how well maintained it is. You call it a public system, but in fact, Windy Hill Road's a private way. So, you know, you're asking us to accept your design, and I expect that we probably will. However, are we going to make the right decision here? Will it perform as you say?
Yeah, let me jump in. That's a great question, Tom. I think it's a good question that we all look at here. You know, there are a lot of existing conditions that are out there today. A large portion of that driveway is currently existing now. Whether or not a home is built up there, there's going to be stormwater runoff from that existing driveway. As Greg has pointed out, and we all have to accept that there's, according to the stormwater calculations, there is a 15% reduction in stormwater post-development as of pre-development that's there now. I think in you know, my case, if lot 31 was a vacant lot, I really wouldn't have any concerns about this real project from as far as the stormwater goes, because down gradient resources, the water would infiltrate before it even got to that point. I drive by this lot probably 4 to 6 times a day. I don't live too far from it, but I live far enough away where I'm not impacted by this at all. And certainly not biased at all. The only comment I had earlier, and someone put it best, is just potentially protecting the interests of the homeowner of lot 31. But I do have to accept personally that and professionally here, that the engineer has put in a significant amount of work. And if there's a 15% reduction post-development, then, you know, I have to accept that. Steve, I'd be interested in hearing what, if you had any comments on that, given, you know, the situation here where stormwater calculations meet the intent of the bylaws, but yet there could potentially be a concern beyond that.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, Jay. I think that maybe Greg should consider, as we are considering on 10 Ocean Ledge, which will be up later on tonight, heat trace tape inside that crushed stone trench to keep the water moving down toward Windy Hill Road and into the public or private system. I think you should at least consider that. We are putting that on the plan for Ocean Ledge Drive, Greg, in a similar situation. It's very steep. It's going up a hill like that. The trench is at the edge of the drive, Windy Hill, I'm sorry, Ocean Ledge. And that's one way to perhaps give us some assurances that it won't just freeze up at the bottom, perhaps. Just a suggestion.
Greg, is that clear on what Mr. Ivas has explained regarding the heat tape?
I guess I'd want to talk a little bit further about what that is. I've never seen that used in a drainage application. I don't know anything about it personally. I've seen it where you have a water pipe that you're preventing from freezing. I've never seen it in a drainage application ever. So I'd have to do some research and I think talk to the commissioner a little more.
Yeah, I think happy to, but I would encourage you to talk to our agent to for more design specifications, et cetera, on that.
Sure. Be happy to do that, Greg.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the audience or from commissioners? Not seeing any and not hearing any. I think I had a couple of notes here, so I think it's safe to say that we will be continuing this to a date, which I'll get to in a minute. The comments that I had for you, Greg, were to bring back the proposed limit of work that is currently on the plan now to an area that will be the true limit of work. A statement also that no trees will be removed, no further tree removal will be conducted. And I understand you're going to be revising the plan also potentially to redesign the pool. So if the revised plan could also reflect the new pool design, that would be great. And then lastly, I would encourage you to talk to our agent about potential redesign of the trench, et cetera, to address some of the comments that were laid out earlier this evening.
Jay, you also wanted to look at the stormwater permit for lot 31.
Oh, yes, thank you. Greg, if you could provide not so much the application itself, but just some verbiage or narrative that describes how you have considered the lot 32 runoff into lot 31 and the calculation of the stormwater application for lot 31.
Sure.
Would 2 weeks be enough time, Greg? Again, we would like to see the revisions by the close of business 1 week from today, July 8th. Would that give you sufficient time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I would like having any other further comments? All right. We will continue the hearing for lot 32 Windy Hill Road to 2 weeks from tonight to July 15th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Our next hearing this evening is Stormwater Permit 21-19 for 808 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. This was continued from June 17th, 2021. Greg, is this you again?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone who is in the attendees who you want to have us
Promote. Yes.
promote as a panelist?
Todd and Dan Amelang.
Megan, do you see Dan and Todd Ameling?
They should be all set. I just promoted them.
There we go. Todd so far, I don't think Dan yet.
Where did you go? He vanished.
Yeah, I think he disappeared. Okay.
All right,
He
well,
should be able to come back as a panelist, though.
there he is now.
Great.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Greg, do you have a plan to show us and tell us about 808 Chief Justice Cushing?
Yes. So for the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering, representing the applicant Todd Amelang. This is for construction of a new mixed-use building at 808 CJC Highway. Up on the screen right now is a copy of the existing conditions plan. There were no wetlands on this property. This is strictly a stormwater permit application. CJC Highway is located here at the bottom of the screen. The property line is the line shown in black. It's approximately 25,102 square feet. Brewster Road is located on the left-hand side here. The site is predominantly cleared lawn area with the exception of just a few trees that exist. There's an existing building at the front of the property. This used to be the South Shore Pool Supply building. There's an apartment located in the building as well. It's serviced by a small concrete driveway along the front and kind of a gravel driveway that wraps around the back. The remainder of this area is existing lawn surface. The proposal here is to take down the existing building and replace it with a new building, as depicted here. The new building is this outline. It's in the front, this portion of the building here. This is office space, retail office, commercial space. The back portion of the building is tradesman space. The building would have new parking lot access with revised entrances out at CJC Highway here, new parking spaces along the front of the building, and then a secondary means of access off of Brewster Road here with parking at this location. This project went before the planning board for its initial consultation at their last meeting. Utilities for this project consists of tying in a new septic system, which would be at the rear of the building here, and tying in water, gas, and electrical services from Brewster Road into the building here, with the electric service coming into the back corner of the tradesman space there. Drainage for this property is largely contained within the parking lot itself. The entire parking area is proposed as pervious pavement with crushed stone underlayment. The stormwater calculations were submitted in accordance with the DEP standards. The planning board has retained Amory Engineering, Pat Brennan, PE, to do a full review of the project with respect to stormwater compliance. As part of our submittal package, we did include a construction phase erosion control plan, which specifies erosion controls, which would be around the entire subject property during construction. It also specifies that a stabilized construction entrance would be constructed off of Brewster Road during that construction phase to prevent migration of settlement or sediment out into the public way. The storm events analyzed for this, again, were the 2, the 10, and the 100-year storm event. The rates and volumes of runoff for all of those storm events are reduced post-development versus pre-development. I'd turn it over to you, but I would expect that we would, again, continue this likely for a month's period of time at the conclusion of tonight's meeting so that we can go back to the planning board. And I am hopeful that we will get an approval with our next planning board meeting. And then we would return to you to close out the stormwater permit. I turn it over.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions. Greg, first of all, there are 2 stabilized construction entrances on the plan. Is that true?
So there's 2, yeah. So there's the existing driveway here off of CJC. I didn't point that one out. And then the second one off of Brewster.
Right. And what do you define as a stabilized construction entrance?
Sure. So we actually provided a detail, I believe, on the plan, which shows a crushed stone entrance with a length of 50 feet and I believe a width of 20 feet.
Okay. And what size stone is my biggest question to you?
Size stone. Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
1 to 2 inch.
I would love to see 4-inch minus. Okay, that's a standard that is a very good standard these days, particularly if the site gets very wet and muddy. The 50 feet is probably a minimum length. I've been asking for 60 in other locations, but 50 feet will do fine. Just as suggestions, that's all.
Okay. Go back to the general overview here. Go ahead.
Any other comments, Steve?
No, it's a flat site, so I don't anticipate a lot of problems except for early construction. That's when the problems will arise on this particular site. I would imagine the construction sequence, Greg, will be to build the septic system first. Is that correct?
So, I mean, the construction sequence is right now along that side lot line. There's a small retaining wall that gets constructed.
Yes.
And then you'd bring the fill in for the site, you'd construct the foundation, and then you'd do the septic system in between. And then you'd be constructing the parking lot in the front.
Right, exactly. Good.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I think it's a pretty cut and dry spot, hopefully. Like I said, I don't anticipate big issues with it.
Greg, are there any,
Comments?
just a question, are there any drinking water or wells in the area? Given that there's a septic system out in the back there, are there any homes or adjacent properties on drinking water or well water?
Not on well water. They are all municipal water at that location.
Yep, thank you.
Greg, just down the street, you guys had a client who put in a new septic system. They failed Title V. I can't remember the address on CJ High.
7 Marion Way?
Yeah, right. And you guys put a denitrifying septic system in there, which is, in my estimation, really a great idea, particularly given the nitrate load that the Gulf and other areas of low areas around are experiencing. Are you going to do the same thing here? I mean, that looked like a really good system to me.
Yeah, the answer is yes. I anticipate doing the same type of system here. The Board of Health has a requirement that if you're within 400 feet of the brook across the street, you have to do one of those denitrification systems. And I believe this falls within the 400-foot setback.
That's great. Thanks.
Just one point of clarification, Greg. You said there was a reduced post-development stormwater. What was the reduction amount?
Give me a minute and I can pull up the stormwater report here. So here is a analysis of the design point 1. You can see the reduction amounts, the top being the pre-development, the bottom being the post-development.
You're not sharing, Greg.
Okay, you can't see that. All right, bear with me one sec. So here's you see that table there?
Yes.
Yes. So that's your 2, 10, and 100-year storm events, the top being the pre-development, the bottom being the post-development. The primary infiltration device here is the parking lot. This asphalt is a pervious pavement. So when they put the pavement down, essentially what they do is they keep the fines out of the asphalt mix, and it allows water to go straight through the asphalt. Underneath the asphalt, they also put down specific layers that we've specified of gravel and crushed stone underneath the pavement to accept that water as it comes through, instead of a traditional compacted base that you would do under a traditional parking lot.
And Greg, how often do you anticipate that pavement to have to be cleaned or blown out?
So I think we specify a minimum of once a year that you would have a cleaning of that pavement, but we've also specified that along the edge of the pavement, around the edge of the parking lot, would be a crushed stone infiltration trench, which directly ties into the crushed stone under the parking lot. It's kind of an added surety, if you will.
Sure. And again, my typical question, how big is the crushed stone underneath the asphalt?
So I'm going to go back to the plans here. I'll show you the detail. It varies in size.
I would imagine the trench is larger than under the asphalt. Is that correct?
So right here, this represents the porous pavement section. Up top, we have 4 inches of pavement. Immediately underneath that is 4 inches of 3/4 inch stone. Underneath that is a bank run gravel. Underneath that, we have a pea stone, a 3/8 inch pea stone, and then a 3/4 inch crushed stone underneath that.
And would
So
you
it's-
comment on how big the bank run gravel is, frankly? I don't see a performance standard for that.
Sure, so there actually is, we specify it here, it's a Mass DOT spec, a 304.1 spec. I could give you the exact Mass DOT printout for that.
Great, thank you. Yep.
Probably more important is how well graded it is.
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, is this poorly graded material?
No,
So
No.
so you characterize it as well graded?
yes, I would characterize it as.
So that means
well-graded.
you're losing a lot of pore space.
Hmm.
This is the standard specification here for porous pavement per the Mass DEP.
Yeah.
And I'll provide this specific Mass DOT spec for you. This is what's required by the Department of Environmental Protection.
Sure, I'm not that familiar with it, and I'm just not seeing a grading spec here. And, really in terms of its storage and transmissivity, the grading is probably much more important than the actual size of the stone, at least down to sand size.
Agreed. So this would take a little bit of inspection, wouldn't it, Greg?
Yes, it does. This will be
Making
inspected
sure-
at several points during construction.
Right, and we probably should keep that, something like that in our stormwater special conditions. Don't you agree?
Yes, I do expect it to be as well inspected by Planning Board's review engineer, Amory.
Okay.
And a compaction spec?
Yes, that's all included.
Mhm. Yeah, because it's relatively complex, frankly. There's a lot of little levels there, right?
Yes.
How many different types of soils are there? Gravel?
There's approximately 5 different layers that get installed.
Exactly. So it's got to be done correctly.
Is there fabric between each layer?
No, there is not.
I see.
Hmm.
And do you have fine material over coarse material?
In certain applications, you do. Yes.
Okay, so how do you prevent contamination of your coarse material from your fine material
So
during compaction?
So you don't compact the individual layers in between here.
Oh, okay, just lay it
So-
down and
So,
pack the whole thing.
and
I see.
so like the asphalt goes directly on top of the 3/4 inch crushed stone, okay? The 3/4 crushed stone is on top of that bank run gravel. There is a filter blanket of 3/8 pea stone, which prevents that gravel from going into 3/4 stone beneath it. 3/8 inch pea stone is typically what we use to keep soil out of larger sized aggregate like 3/4 inch crushed stone. That serves the same purpose as putting down a filter fabric.
Okay, so that would be well graded, that pea stone?
Yes.
Again, very, very critical construction point.
Okay. So Jeff, I'm sorry, Greg. Greg, you mentioned that you would like to continue this for 2 weeks?
I'd like to continue this to the first meeting of August.
Oh, okay, so that's actually going to be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, that'll be 6 weeks.
Ooh. Aside from the July 15th meeting, what's the next meeting after that?
July 29th.
Okay, July 29th then would be the date I'd request.
Okay. Then we are going to continue this hearing to July 29th, 2021. Thank you very much, Greg. Sorry for keep making that mistake.
I get it.
Yeah, I think he gets that a lot.
Well-
My father's named Jeff too, so
Oh, boy.
between my
Well, we
partner
used
and
to-
my dad, I get it.
We're used to Jeff being here, so that's what it is.
Lot of-
Okay. Greg, I don't think the next one's yours, believe it or not. The next hearing is for stormwater permit 21-22 for property at 306 and 312 Forest Avenue to raise two buildings and redevelop the property. I'm sorry, it's to raise the building at 306 and to redevelop the property at 312. And I believe this is John Cavanagh, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Megan, if you could, and John, this is yours, correct?
Good evening.
Is there anyone else in the attendees who you'd like to have promoted?
Yes, if Sean Papich is in the audience, as well as Dan and Kelly Bliss.
And Bliss is there. Sean Papich is there. Okay.
Perfect.
Are you able to share your screen?
Yes, I believe I am. No, I am not. I am disabled at the moment.
Megan, would you please give John control?
Yep, all set.
Thank you very much. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes, you can.
Yes.
Good evening. Just officially for the record, my name is John Cavanaro. I'm a civil engineer from Cavanaro Consulting in Norwell, Massachusetts. And I'm here with, this evening with owners Dan and Kelly Bliss of both 306 and 312 Forest Ave, as well as landscape architect Sean Papich. So Dan and Kelly have been living at 312 for the past several years, and they more recently purchased the abutting lot at 306 Forest Ave. So 306 is this lot to the left, and it's about a little over an acre in size. And 312 is the lot to the right, which is their principal dwelling, and it's about 7/10 of an acre. So together, the whole lot is about 1.8 acres, about 80,000 square feet. So the property is currently serviced by a driveway that loops through both properties. There's two existing curb cuts onto Forest Avenue. The lot is surrounded on the southerly side by a large bank of ledge, and the lot slopes generally to the west, and then it starts to slope up again towards the westerly abutters. So this is sort of a low area at 306. 312 also sits on a high point, slopes down towards the northeast, and it also slopes towards the driveway, which then slopes towards Forest Avenue. This property, both properties are on town sewer and town water. So the Blisses, when they bought this property, their master plan was always to look at expanding their existing dwelling. And initially they had an idea of having actually a horse sited on the property itself. So we went through an extensive planning process through the Board of Health and determined that it was not the best sited location for the horse facility. So they withdrew that application, but we're proceeding with the principal part of the application, which is to redevelop the property and essentially merge the two lots into one lot and essentially have one address at 312 Forest Ave. So the proposal that was submitted originally is a plan that has both existing and proposed conditions on it. And when we zoom in, we can certainly get a better level of clarity if we get into this plan to this level. But what we did at the request of the commission was to submit a plan that was a little bit easier on the eyes to back off some of the existing conditions. So I think I'll walk through this plan. We can certainly go back and forth, but just for clarity, I'll walk through the proposed improvements on this plan, if that's okay. So essentially what the plan is to take down the house at 306 and to construct a 3-car garage with living space that has a covered entrance, a pedestrian entrance that will connect back to the main house. There'll also be a pool in the backyard and a recreation court tucked in the back area of the lot. This proposal essentially sort of reorganizes a lot of the impervious surface on the site. Naturally, we're losing that house at 306. We're also eliminating that large hard-packed driveway, gravel driveway that passes through both lots. So essentially reorganizing and reshifting the entrance to the house to line up with this new 3-car garage with a circular driveway that's much smaller in footprint than the existing gravel driveway that passes through the house in both lots. In order to mitigate any increase in impervious surface, we're proposing a couple things, mainly an infiltration system that will be sited beneath the proposed impervious driveway, the circular driveway. And that will have an overflow pipe that will connect to an existing drain line that passes through the property, actually from an existing low point down in this southwesterly section of the lot. If I just go back, not to go back and forth too much, but the existing property, as I mentioned, this is sort of a low point in this back area. There's an existing 8-inch line, drain line that passes through the property and connects to the municipal drain in Forest Avenue. So the plan here is to, with the proposed improvements, maintain that line. That's a critical element for the property, but to infiltrate the principal runoff that comes off of the driveway in this portion of the lot through that infiltration system, capture it with a catch basin on the driveway, pass that through the infiltration, and then have another catch basin in the lawn area. By virtue of eliminating that driveway, we're essentially we'll still have sort of a low area in this area. So we've added a catch basin here in line with this existing 8-inch drain line. In the back area around the sports court, not really factored into the reduction in flow and all the storm events, but we're proposing a crushed stone apron around the edge of the sports court. That'll essentially be a typical subdrain wrapped in 1.5 inch minus stone with filter fabric, and that will connect to an overflow pipe that will pass through this catch basin that will be rebuilt and then flow through that line to connect to the existing drain. Overall, we're able to manage all the storm events in the 210 and 100-year storm to reduce the peak flow and volume and match the volume in one storm event. Sean has proposed a landscape plan that also was submitted as part of the application. We have a colored graphic to present. Sean can answer any questions on the proposal here, but essentially the plan is by leaving and eliminating the existing house to leave a large portion of 306 in its natural state, eliminate that large driveway that passes through and restore that to a lawn area, and to propose vegetation around the sports court area and around the pool, around the pool equipment, and really re-landscape and hardscape the area between the existing house and the proposed garage. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Steve, do you have any comments or thoughts to share with us?
My initial comment is, have you spoken with the DPW regarding the availability of space or volume in the Forest Ave drainage system? Have you had that discussion?
Yes, I spoke with Brian Joyce about that. And similar to the previous project, what they like to see is infiltration. This is an existing line essentially as well. So this isn't a new connection to the municipal system.
Understood.
But what we're doing is we're reducing the amount of the rate and volume coming off this by infiltrating upstream of what gets connected to that line.
And do you have a general number for the various storms?
Yes, they're all in the stormwater calculations that were submitted, but it's essentially about a 10% reduction.
Okay, yeah. And secondly, for Sean, of course, I'm just looking for a landscape plan, a list. And I don't see one anywhere in the docs.
Yeah, we don't currently have a final detailed planting plan at this point. We didn't know that one would be required at this point. So we do not have it.
Yeah, and as the chairman, I'm not sure if it is or not, but I will note that there is an off-site isolated vegetated wetland.
Correct.
I believe there's a driveway to the north going to number 318. And
Yes.
the IVW is just to the north of that, very close to the north of that. And so there's a small, well, the 25-foot buffer barely touches the subject property. Is that correct, or doesn't it?
No, it doesn't actually touch the subject property, Steve.
Thank you. Yeah.
We do show the isolated vegetated wetland off property.
Yep.
And we show the 25-foot buffer that comes off of that, and
Sure.
they both outside.
As a general policy matter, Sean, we are encouraging native species.
Correct.
That's all I'd like to say about that.
Sure, absolutely.
That's great.
John, do you know where the town stormwater system daylights?
This all flows, Tom, towards the ocean. I'm not sure exactly where it daylights.
If it enters Straits Pond, which I think it does, I don't know for sure, but I think it does. I've been out there to take a look at all of those storm drains for another reason. And so one of our concerns about Straits Pond, of course, is an increase in nitrate that's coming from stormwater systems. And I don't have any notion here of how much you're going to expand the lawn here. And I guess my concern would be that if the lawn grows significantly, nitrate's going to grow significantly, and that's going to go into that storm drain and right into Straits Pond, driving our problem with midges and algae.
So if the commission were inclined, I mean, they typically have restrictions on fertilizers, but overall, I think what the plan is here, there will be an increase in lawn, just to eliminate that large swath of driveway that passes through.
Any notion of how much it'll increase it?
Yes, I can give you an idea of that.
I created a nitrate load model for this particular property along with all the others in the watershed. So be interesting to see how much their nitrate load will go up by an increase in lawn. That's a significant contributor, of course, to total nitrate that's reaching the pond is the lawns in the watershed.
So it's the gravel driveway is about 6,700 square feet, but it's not all being. Some of it's being taken up by the existing. I mean, the proposed new driveway.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably in the, I would say, 3,000 plus or minus square foot range.
It also looks like there's some trees that are going to get removed at the with the traffic or the driveway circle, maybe substantially big trees. Is that accurate?
No.
So a lot of the trees are, well, I'm sorry, the circular driveway is sited generally in this area.
Yeah.
There are no significant trees in that area. This is where the existing driveway is. This is pretty much lawn. There is a sort of an overgrowth line.
Yeah, you have a tree line there. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Oh, okay.
And so could you go back to the other drawing to see how that might overlap with?
Right in here. Yeah.
I see. It looks like you miss it. That's fine. That's great.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna have to take some of it, a little bit of it out there for your curb cut. But
yeah. So the idea was, and Sean can speak to this, but was to revegetate this.
Oh, so you're gonna take those big trees out, maybe, huh?
They're not real large trees, Tom. They're not real large trees there now. This is Sean Papich talking. What there are is large 32-inch beech tree that is remaining. Other large trees where you have some of the, yeah, exactly, John. Thank you. Right in those areas, those are remaining. Those are kind of the larger trees on the property that are most noted. There are also large trees along the street right of way that will remain.
That's what I was concerned about. Those
are staying. Those are staying. And we were proposing additional trees along the street right of way, just inside the property line.
Mm-hmm.
No real large notable trees in that area on the driveway that are coming down. Other large trees are along the perimeter of the property that you can see there. Those are all remaining. Yeah. Correct.
Sean, are there any large trees coming out?
I would say not really. There's, because most of this area that we're showing, the garage area, the proposed garage and pool area is all, most of that's right in the area of where there's an existing structure already. There's already an existing cottage. So that's why you don't have a tremendous amount of large trees right in that location. It's already a structure. So it's pretty much all in that area. There's some trees right in that area around the ledge that will be coming out. You can see those right there. John can show you what those are.
And you'll be keeping the enormous copper beech?
Yeah, that's the intent, is to keep that one. Boy, the copper beech all over town are really struggling right now. So we hope that we're keeping that one, and that's the intent, is to preserve that tree no matter what.
Do you know what the source of that problem with the beeches is?
I don't know fully yet. No, I don't. Have you heard anything? Have you gotten any?
Well, I've got a copper beech next door to me, and I'm worried that it's going to fall on my house someday. So
I don't know. I don't know what the source of that is, to be honest, but we're seeing it all over town, Tom, and it's
looks
been
like
troubling.
some sort of a fungus.
Yes.
It is. It's a soil fungus.
Yes.
Right.
That is there. I don't know what they're able to do. By the time you see the damage done already, it feels as though it's already too late.
Yep.
And Milton's having the same kinds of problems, by the way. So you're not alone in the copper beech.
No, I don't think you're wrong about that. That's right.
Yeah.
What sort of lighting do you have planned for the sports court?
That's actually a good question. We have not designed any lighting. I'm not sure. Dan, are you on the call?
He might need to be enabled.
Dan Bliss.
Yeah, he's unmuted. I see he's not muted by himself, but perhaps Megan, if you could try again and unmute Dan Bliss.
It's actually unmuted. I'll mute and then ask to unmute and see what happens.
Okay.
What now?
Okay,
yeah, go
you're
ahead.
good.
There they are.
There it is. They're both there. We got Kelly and Dan both.
There is one light on the back side of the court facing towards our pool.
Just a single light
Mhm.
on a pole.
Yep.
How high will that be?
I'd have to bring up the plan. That's off the top of my head.
And a secondary question, is it a dark skylight, which means it excludes any light going up into the universe?
Yeah, it's a pointing down light, like a modern light says today, as opposed to the old school ones.
Great. That's wonderful.
John, do you know what is the material of the sports court or the surface? Is that like a rubber mat or?
Do you guys have much more detail? We have modeled it as an impervious surface.
Okay.
Right
Jane,
now, it's a concrete with rubber tiles on top.
Okay.
One last comment, speaking to this area of the property. We did receive a letter, which I believe it went into the record, but it was from the neighbor, the Dugans at 100 Black Rock Road, that Dan and Kelly have been sharing the plans with all along the design process. And they just wanted to write and express their support of the property and the fact that the two houses were being merged into one, and that property was being thoughtfully redeveloped. So I just wanted to include that as part of the record as well.
Thank you.
Good to hear, John. Good to hear.
Any other comments by commissioners? I don't see anything in the chat from attendees, so.
I don't have any further comment. I think it's quite an elaborate plan here. It took me quite a bit of time to go through, and I appreciate the detail, John, on that, looking at following the catch basin, the drainage, etc. But quite an elaborate plan. My only comment would just be, and then maybe it's self-explanatory, where no trees those large trees are going to be removed, since they're actually on the plan. We're assuming that they're staying on the plan. And like that, I know the intent is to try and keep that big beech tree in the front to the best as humanly possible. So I think it's safe to assume that the larger trees are going to remain on the property.
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
I have a quick question for the Blisses. Has the existing drainage system had any issues recently since you've been there? Great.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, just wondering. We've had some rain recently.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Pouring right now.
Is it?
Right.
Yeah, it's coming down.
The windows are
dogs.
Bedroom windows are open.
Right. Great.
No
Thank
further
you.
comment, Mr. Chair.
So Tom, you mentioned a lot about nitrogen. Did you want to formulate a condition that would go along with this stormwater permit? You're muted.
I would just encourage you to use time release fertilizer on your lawn. So you can send ChemLawn to somebody else outside our watershed, hopefully. You guys, I'm sure you're aware of, you must drive past Straits Pond and see really how bad it can get in the summer. And we're really concerned about that. And as there's more development in the watershed, there's more nitrate, more algae, more midges. So we're on a slippery slope, let's say. It's not as bad as the Gulf yet, but it could get there. So I just encourage you to use time release fertilizer.
Got it.
We can go to Straits Pond Watershed Association website to see the brands that we approve. North and Southwest River Watershed, same. So I mean, there's good solutions to this that you can use. It's no more expensive than regular fertilizer.
Tom, in the buffer zone, in the 50 foot, we're obligated by the rules to use a low nitrogen.
Yeah, that's good.
That equivalent of what you're talking about?
Sorry, Eric, you broke up there.
Yeah, is that the same thing you're talking about, Tom?
Yeah, I don't remember the brand name. Actually, there's a number of brand names, and the local nurseries carry it. So we just encourage people to use it. Actually, all over town, it'd be great if we could do that. I don't know whether you're aware, Falmouth has a moratorium on fertilizer use from April 1st to the end of September. And we would hate to see a situation at Straits Pond where that was the only solution. But we may be going there. It's hard to say.
Okay.
I just have to do a little bit of housekeeping because I failed to read the public hearing on this when we started. So I want to read it real fast before anyone makes a motion. Notice of public hearing, 306, 312 Forest Avenue, in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw. Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, July 1st, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on the Zoom platform from applicants Daniel and Kelly Bliss for stormwater permit 21-22 at 306 Forest Avenue. Raise the existing dwelling, and at 312 Forest Avenue to add an addition, garage, pool, sport court, and related landscape and hardscape. Having read that, do I hear a motion?
Jay Pimpari, I'd like to make a motion to approve the stormwater permit 21-22 for the project at 306-312 Forest Ave.
Second.
Having heard a motion and a second to approve stormwater permit, take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Trish Grady,
Grady, aye.
Jay Pimpari,
Jay Pimpari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next hearing this evening, I'll start with the reading of the public notice for 33 Stanton Road in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw. The Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, July 1st, 2021, 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform from applicants Paul and Danielle Carter for a notice of intent 21-21 to construct a private residential dock at 33 Stanton Road.
Good evening. Again, my name is John Cavanero from Cavanero Consulting at 687 Main Street in Norwell, and I'm here on behalf of Paul and Danielle Carter, the owners of 33 Stanton Road. What I will do is share my screen again, if that's okay, and pull up the site plan for 33 Stanton Road. I'm going to walk through the site a little bit first, and then we'll get into a little bit more of the details of the dock itself. So 33 Stanton Road, located off of South Main Street. The site is about 1.5 acres. The house is situated much closer to the road. A large portion of the lot is actually, probably even half of the lot is encumbered by wetland that's bordering the Gulf. There's salt marsh, and we'll talk a little bit about the wetland edge in a minute. But essentially, this property is one of the few in this stretch that does not have direct access to the water. I'm going to just back the plan out a little bit. On each side of the Locust property, there are docks, ramps and floats out to the Gulf and further down in both directions, quite frankly. So the Carters have recently bought the property, and they're in the process of a renovation. And this is something that is important to them to get access to the river. It was really the principal reason to purchase the property. So what we're proposing is something similar to what exists on either side of the property. These properties do have long crossings to the wetland to get out to the Gulf, but fortunately the Gulf itself has good depth. So this is not a situation where we have the competing interests or the difficulty of keeping water beneath the float at the very low tides. So we have good water depth beneath the floats. It's really getting out to the float itself with a structure that has adequate separation to the salt marsh. As we've presented to this commission recently, and you've heard from various state agencies, that They like to see more separation to the salt marsh than what the DEP guidelines actually publish for small docks and piers. What they're finding is that they'd like to see more like a 1.5 to 1 versus a 1 to 1 width to vertical separation to the salt marsh. In other words, historically, if you had a 4-foot wide pier, they'd want to see 4 feet above the salt marsh. But they're starting to move closer to 1.5 to 1 in that vertical separation to the salt marsh. So we continue to try to strike a balance and get to be at least the minimum of the small docks and piers, but we're exceeding that and starting at a 5-foot minimum for a 4-foot pier, and then trying to get as close to 6 feet as possible without getting too high, because again, on the Gulf, what we're trying to do is keep these profiles as minimal as possible and only have railing where we have high supports that start to, when the salt marsh starts to fall off and we start to get higher separations, where we recommend having a railing when you get beyond the 5 to 6 foot separation. It starts to get to 7, 8, 10 feet. Like to see that covered with a railing. So this is a typical long pier. It's a couple 100 feet long. It's about 237 feet to be exact, the pier itself, with a 30-foot ramp and a 12 by 16 float at the end. The ramp itself is a structural ramp, meaning that it's fixed with structural hinges on both ends of the float. And what that does, it prevents the need for any bottom tackle underneath the float. So no need for bottom anchor mushroom moorings. These structural ramps that are built a little bit heavier, stiffer, they're able to provide much more stability both laterally and longitudinally to the connection between the pier and the float. This is the first step. We'll have a zoning board of appeals hearing next month with the Cohasset Zoning Board of Appeals. As all docks, they require a special permit for the use of a private residential dock, and because we're also working in a floodplain. I talked to Mr. Ivis today. He reached out to me to talk about the delineation, and I'll let him elaborate on that, but essentially the delineation that we have on our plan is really the most conservative location of salt marsh. What it is the furthest landward location of the wetland edge. And so that's the most important thing for us to determine when we elevate and have to cross the wetland itself. But I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the actual location of the salt marsh itself and whether or not an additional delineation is necessary at this location. With that, once we go through this, then we will proceed, as I mentioned, with the Zoning Board of Appeals, and then we will get into the state and federal licensing process that's typical for a ramp, dock, and float.
Okay, thank you, John. Steve, do you want to comment on that delineation?
Yes, I would like to very much. Interesting site, since as you can see from the left hand to the right hand, where that dashed line is the current delineation of quote unquote salt marsh. And let me put that in quotes, because to me, that line shows the upper limit of what I call a freshwater fringe BVW. Right in there. Yes. Thank you, John. Toward the river or the Gulf, there's a, let's just say actually toward the lawn, there is one line of some sort of pampas grass or something like that. And then there's a very dense shrub story, almost like a shrub swamp of arrowwood and elderberry and grapes and nightshade and a whole bunch of other freshwater wetland plants that are not often seen in a salt marsh. And so what I believe is there's a salt marsh where that dashed line is that John has put on the plan here. That's the salt marsh to me. This other area between that dashed line and the other blue line is the freshwater fringe marsh. That's important regulatorily because the salt marsh is obviously the most sensitive coastal resource, and that other freshwater fringe marsh is not as sensitive, nor should it be calculated. The pier's impact on that freshwater fringe shouldn't be in the notice of intent, or should be calculated separately in the notice of intent, which would give the project a little less impact in the actual salt marsh itself. So I'm decreasing the salt marsh size for what's really actually in the field. Is that what you heard from me earlier today, John?
Yes. Yeah. And
Steve, if you looked at the air photos of this, I mean, there's some really contrasting colors here that presumably are reflective of the vegetation. And it looks like you could draw, you wouldn't be drawing straight lines like John has drawn. It looks quite different when you look at the vegetation here on a satellite image, or on a, not a satellite image, but an orthophoto.
Yeah, no, I have not looked at the orthophotos, the latest orthophotos for this site. I have not. But very, very simply, you know, I just would like to suggest that somebody go back and take a look at the orthophotos and then go into the field and do just another line. That's all. I think we would all be served that way, as would the salt marsh. I also should tell you that of the 9 flags that are on the plan, I only found 2 today. So I'd like to see all the flags possibly on the plan in the field. That's all.
Steve, this is Eric. Assuming you're correct, what does it mean in terms of a change to the structure, if any?
To the structure? I don't believe it means any change to the structure at all.
Okay, all right.
It's just I'd like to, you know, the first thing I'd like to do on all sites is define where the wetland resource is that you're protecting. That's all.
Well,
so you may say it's an academic exercise, but not to us wetland scientists.
Okay.
Well, you also may find that the salt, if you really want to minimize the impact of the salt marsh, just again, by looking at this air photo, you may find that that you're building this thing on the south side of the property, actually.
Tom, could you repeat that, please?
I say, when you look at the orthophoto, you can see, first of all, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 zones, 4 color zones. And if presumably the outermost zone, or the zone adjacent to the Gulf itself, is the salt marsh, it looks like the shortest disruption, or the least disruption to the salt marsh, would be on the very south side of this property, not the north side. Again, that'd have to be, you know, that's the sort of thing where you need to take this orthophoto out and do a little bit of ground truth to see what each of these color zones actually represents.
Sure, but I'm looking at the plan here, and the plan is actually opposite from what you just said.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's like, I'm looking at the plan too, and I'm looking at the assessor's parcel map here, and these don't jive very well at all. Even the shoreline doesn't correspond very well to the what I'm seeing on this orthophoto. I'll believe the orthophoto long before I'll believe the.
Yeah, if I could just make a couple comments.
Sure.
If that's okay. The reason why that we've cited the dock on this side is to get to the deepest water the quickest. And we like to have separation from adjacent docks. We're actually required by DEP law guidance to be at least 50 feet from an adjacent dock. But additionally, this has a shallower mud flat in this area. So we're trying to get to end the pier as early as possible and to get to the deepest water as quick as possible. So this location of the pier, really what we're doing is we're splitting the difference. We're trying to get equidistant from the two adjacent piers to provide as much navigability.
We understand.
Between the
We
two
understand.
structures. The other thing I just want to mention is that what Steve's saying, and what I would recommend, is that our wetland scientists meet with Steve on the ground, and they can look at this and make their decision. Just to put you at ease, the flags that are shown in the plan were located by instrument survey, but this was done in February of this year. So I should have made sure that all the flags were there before Steve looked at this, but I apologize for that, but those can get certainly added.
Sure.
But the important thing is, if indeed the salt marsh is more like at the 100-foot station mark, which is what Steve is basically saying, is somewhere generally in this area.
Right.
Then what that would enable us to do is to lower the pier so that we don't have to have that, as I talked about at the opening, DEP, Division of Marine Fisheries, they're looking for higher piers.
Mhm.
We could potentially lower it a little bit to keep that minimum clearance for that first section up to the salt marsh, because we make this determination based on the salt marsh, which our wetland scientists came back with a report and delineated this as salt marsh, so that's what we use. I don't think there's a question as to whether or not the wetland's any further this way, but
No.
I think the salt marsh, I agree. We ought to get it tightened down so that we minimize the structure as well.
Sure.
Steve,
Makes sense to me.
are we saying we don't provide any special protection to the freshwater plants that are discovered in that middle area?
No,
Well,
no, no.
not the same.
Yeah, it's not the same protection. That's correct.
How is that different?
The salt marsh is much more sacrosanct. You cannot do much to a salt marsh. You can't, for example, replication of a salt marsh will take you 5 years to go through the process. Okay, it's a long process. And only when there's a proper public purpose involved, Eric. It's very important that the public have a public benefit if you're trying to destroy and replicate salt marsh. As you know, not many replications in the past have been successful. More recently, we've understood a little bit more about how to do it. And so the bigger projects with a lot more thinking have been very successful in replicating salt marsh, but oftentimes the replication has shown up in different areas than where it was designed, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Due to tidal influences, basically.
Don, were there any comments from DMF at all? I didn't see any in the record.
We haven't received any yet, Jay. So once we do, we'll copy you as well. But if we get those,
Yeah.
we'll.
Yeah, if they do, they usually give the standard comments that I think you've addressed anyway, with the height clearance and the
Right.
potential anchoring system not on the substrate of the surface, etc.
Yes.
Every time we have one of these piers, docks, whatever we're calling it, they're always interesting discussions. But I think we've certainly set, and I agree with all the comments earlier on. I think this commission has set precedents on the piers and docks in the past, and we've approved most, if not all of them, although there've been some lengthy discussions and the applicant has always addressed the comments. But I think we've set precedents on these docks.
You know, Jay, you only realize why we oppose these when you look at the diagram in the top of John's shared screen. You get this enormous 200-foot structure with this little bit of raft on the end of it. And you say, do we have our proportions? Do we have our interests properly organized here? And I think it's hideous myself. But unfortunately, there's not much we can do about it given the regulations. But You know, it's not something we should be.
Eric, you went mute.
Probably perfect timing.
He lost contact, so we'll move on.
Yeah.
You can see he's frozen.
Yeah. So, John, is that what happens in the wintertime to the floating dock and the gangway?
Yeah, that gets taken out. Oftentimes, for a pier like this, the ramp can actually get sited if it's dimensionally. It's usually about a foot narrower than the pier, so it can
just
slide on
slide it
top,
back.
and then they'll pull the float and either moor it upriver.
Yeah.
A lot of times, actually on the Gulf, I think one of the dock manufacturers is also a maintainer, and
Yep.
he'll float those downriver.
Okay. Well, John, you've been through enough of these. You know the questions we asked and what to look for, et cetera, and what DMF is looking for. And, you know, it's a lengthy pier and agree with most of the comments. But I think you've addressed all our concerns in the past that I don't have to ask those questions all over again here.
I appreciate that.
So John, based on the conversation, you're going to go back out and have it redelineated so you can modify the pier?
Yes.
And is that something you think that could be done in time to come back on the 15th, or do you need the
29th? I think would be best, just because I'd like to get through the next week. We lose some bodies, including myself, with the holiday.
Okay.
Fortunately.
No, you rejuvenate the bodies, John. You rejuvenate the bodies, right?
Yes, absolutely. Look for me on the Tour de France path next week when I'm running up the hill with a devil costume.
Oh, great.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to, if there's no other comments, then we're going to continue the hearing for 33 Stanton Road until July the 29th, 2021.
Fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Happy 4th, everybody.
Thank you.
Same to you, John.
Thank you.
Hey, John.
Our next hearing this evening, stormwater permit 21-11 for 10 Ocean Ledge Drive. This was continued from June the 17th, 2021. Megan, we're going to bring in Atlantic Coast Engineering. I'm going to let them come in first and they can tell us who else. I think Greg Tansey's part of it, but I don't know for sure. Oh, and I bet. I'm sorry. What do we have from Atlantic Coast?
Good evening, Jed Hannon with Atlantic Coast Engineering.
Jed,
Can
who
you guys
else
hear me
would you
okay?
like promoted?
Can you
Is there
guys hear me okay?
Yes. Is there anyone else you want promoted?
Just if you could see Ryan Conley,
Yep.
that'd be great.
Megan, he's under 792 Jerusalem Realty.
All
There.
set.
Great, thank you. Okay.
All right. Good evening, commission members. As you know, we've appeared before you several times in the past regarding this project. We did make several updates that you requested at the last meeting. We did provide some mitigation, as previously mentioned, for some of the trees that need to be removed. Those were added to the plans. We did add in the construction apron, which is 60 foot by 12 foot. We added a detail for that on drawing C2, and that's with 4-inch minus stone. Due to the freezing.
Sorry to interrupt you. Is there
Sure.
a possibility to share the site plan that to be helpful? Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem. Yeah, let me get to that page.
It doesn't look like we had an update on the shared folder. At least I don't see, we're looking at all the old plans here. I think.
I think you're right, Tom. I don't see an update on the shared folder.
Okay, so the updated drawings were emailed, Steve, both to you and Angela last week.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and we spoke on the phone earlier this week.
Yes.
Yeah. So as you can see here, let me see, we added the leader line and note for this 12-foot wide by 60-foot long entrance for the construction. Let me go back to my other notes here. We did add the heat trace. Just bear with me, I'll pull up that detail. And we did include in that same email, Steve, the cut sheet for the heat trace.
Yes, I did see that, but I'm sorry I don't have it to show the rest of the folks. You have it right there.
Yep, that is it right there.
Yep.
And the purpose of that, there's obviously some concerns with respect to, you know, runoff, stormwater, potentially freezing along the riprap swale as Ocean Ledge kind of makes its way out to Jerusalem Road. So the purpose of that is to mitigate it, really, to make it heated, and so that there isn't a concern for freezing water, if you will.
Yep.
We did make a couple other updates. There was concern about the mulch sock with respect to where it is. And so we did adjust that on the plan to basically cover the entire entranceway. Let me go back to that. So we did adjust that. So it goes all the way across.
Mm-hmm.
And then the purpose of that, I mean, it sounds intuitive and common sense, but for some contractors, maybe not so much. But the intent there is that each day of the work that, you know, it's moved out of the way in order for equipment to get in there. And at the end of the day, it's put back in for, you know, when and if there's a stormwater event. So we did make that update to the plan. What else? We did add the note, you know, given the fact that, you know, there's several areas in Cohasset that have a fair amount of ledge, and that's the same case on this site. And so the commission brought up the concern about the Caltex in Weston and Sampson's peer review. We did talk about this last time, and we added the note right here about the Caltex, and that during after site clearing and during foundation installation, we'd perform test pits and perk tests to verify the perk rate of the soils at that location. Hopefully we don't run into ledge. If we do, then we'll be back, you know, with updated information for you. But we did add that note about doing the perk test so that we can notify the Conservation Commission when that's happening, and to verify that that our numbers are correct or conservative, hopefully, with respect to the percolation, the recharge back into the groundwater. And those were all the updates. At this point, I'll open it up to any questions. I guess the only thing I'd add, again, as a reminder, is that the stormwater system, we did design it very conservatively, given the concern for ledge on this site. We have 3 times the capacity of what's required by DEP regulations for the 2-year, the 10-year, and the 100-year storm event. So at this point, I'll take it up to any questions you might have.
So Jed, I just want to mention a couple things we mentioned last time. We did, and we can make these orders of condition. They're fairly simple. One was to add cleanouts on the pipe to the Caltech because it's such a long run from the back of the building all the way around.
Yep.
And I think we mentioned the idea of having a pre-construction meeting with the agent just to talk about sequencing so that the whole trench doesn't fill up with soil during construction. So the pre-construction meeting is going to be an order of condition. And I think those are the only two that I had.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
Will this heat tape be thermostatically controlled, or does the homeowner have to turn a switch on or off, or is it always on, or what's the story with that?
As you know, it is heated via electrical wire. So yes, it is a switch. So it will put essentially the onus on the homeowner to ensure that it's on during the winter time.
Seems wise to put some sort of thermostat in there. It's the owner's heating or electric bill, I guess. So, but if he does forget to turn it on, then it's not going to do any good, is it?
Right. I would recommend putting that in the conditions as well. I mean, just like with the O&M, for some of the drainage structures, the onus really is on the owner to do what's required to properly maintain it so that things run properly.
That's a very good suggestion, Tom.
Any other comments? We have nothing from the public. I guess there's 3 orders of conditions that have been talked about. No other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Jay Pimparo, make a motion to approve the stormwater permit 21-11 for a 10 Ocean Ledge Drive with the following special conditions attached to the stormwater permit. As hopefully I got this right. 1 would be to add the cleanouts on the Caltex system.
The pipes to the Caltex system.
Add cleanouts to the pipe to the Caltex system. The second condition would be to have a pre-construction meeting with the Conservation Commission agent, which hopefully is standard, but we'll put that in there anyway. And the last condition would be, hopefully if we get this right, Tom, would be to add that a thermostat be installed to monitor the trenching heat tape system.
Yeah.
There's actually one other condition we talked about, and that's perk tests to be completed after the clearing and grubbing.
And that's on. He's added that to the drawings as well.
Right. It would be nice to have it in 2 places.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the fourth condition, Steve, hopefully I get this right, would be to, although it's on the plan, but a special condition to add the perk test to be completed on the property.
Yeah, and in the area of the Caltex.
In the area of the Caltex system.
Right.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Have you heard a motion and a second to issue a stormwater permit for 10 Ocean Ledge Drive? We'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Trish Grady,
Ready, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Jay Pimpari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Jed.
Thank you. Have
Thanks,
a good night,
Jed.
folks. Happy 4th.
And to you.
Same to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Last but not least, hearing tonight is stormwater permit 21-20 for 125 North Main Street, which is an addition to an existing home. And this was continued from June 17, 2021. And, okay. I guess Greg Tanzi's who's left in the audience, so that must be who we're going to promote to panelist. Oop, what happened to him? Oh, there he is. Greg, you're muted. There you go.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I'm Greg Tanzi. I'm representing the applicant, John and Lisa Lennon at 125 North Main Street. And yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Did you want to read the project into the record, the notice?
This was actually opened and because of
Okay.
technical difficulty, it was already opened and continued
Sure.
to tonight, so we're okay.
Okay, great. So if I may, if I can call the plan up on the screen.
Yep.
I seem to be having a little bit of difficulty here.
Is it giving you a notification that you're not allowed?
No, I don't have any.
If you hover at the bottom of the screen, a menu should pop up and the green part says share screen.
Okay, yeah, I see that. All right. So can everybody see this?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't I start?
There we go. All right.
This is the site plan, and what we have is, apologize for that. You have an existing house at 125 North Main, and it's shown in this shaded area. And you can see this is the existing garage that's on the house. What the project proposes to do is to tear down this portion of the existing garage and build a new garage in its place, and then a family room that extends out the back. There's also going to be a second floor above the garage and above this, or at least above part of this family room. And the kitchen area that's here now, it's going to be bumped out in this area. So the stippled shaded area, or areas, I should say, are what is being proposed for development. As you can see, we're not adding any more driveway area as a result of this project. In fact, some of this driveway area is reduced by roof area from the addition. And what we're proposing to do is to collect all the roof runoff and put it into a stormwater recharge system. And it's right in here. You can see we did 2 test pits in that area. And what we found was some very nice sand and gravel, medium grade sand, gravel. We got 2 minutes an inch, very low groundwaters. We've got plenty of separation from groundwater. What's unique about this project is it's very simple. Every impervious area that's being added to this project is all clean runoff. It's rooftop runoff that's deemed to be clean by the DEP. And this entire rooftop runoff has been analyzed in the stormwater report. And what it does is it recharges the entire stormwater amount, even in the 100-year storm. So the good thing about that is there's no discharge that's going to occur as a result of the system. So you don't have scouring. That's your standard one. Everything's being recharged into the ground. So your pre and post development peak rates have been mitigated. Standard 3, you've got your recharge amount, seeing that the 100-year storm has been recharged. Clearly, the recharge requirement of standard 3 has been met. Standard 4 is a treatment performance standard, but all the runoff is clean, so there's no need to treat it. 5 deals with industrial usages that we don't have here. 6 deals with sensitive areas like ORWs, zone 2s, and we're not in any of those. And then 7 is a redevelopment. We don't qualify for a redevelopment because we're increasing the impervious area. 8 deals with sediment and erosion control, which does apply to this project, and also performance standard 9, which is maintenance of the system that's ongoing after construction. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about erosion control. And this right here is our construction details. And again, this is just a detail of the, the stormwater infiltration system. How this is the downspout gutter and a header, how we get rooftop runoff into these infiltration structures. There is a lot of planter islands in this backyard. This is the edge of the lawn right here, as you can see how my the cursor goes. So they got to do some adjustment here with the planter islands. They're going to lose a little bit of it because of construction, but they're going to rework it and make it look nice. Right now there's a swing set back here. That's all part of the playground. And this area here is all lawn area. They've got some more planter beds right in this area, which we're not going to disturb. So those are our details. We've got an inspection port that for these recharge systems so that they can be inspected and maintained. And those are, well, this is the erosion control plan right here. This is probably one of the more important plans of the site, because the site is a little bit tight for access with heavy equipment. There's a narrow gate here. This narrow gate can be temporarily removed and put back after construction. But what I'm proposing is to put the perimeter of the site with erosion control, sedimentation barriers, and I've got a detail of those on the last sheet. Now I'll hit upon that after I finish with this plan. We've got an area here for staging and storage of materials, a stockpiling area, just an area for debris that might be generated during construction. And out in here, we've got a stabilized entrance, and we'll create a temporary parking area with crushed stone just during construction. That this portion of the lawn area will be restored after construction. As far as sequencing, we're going to begin by installing all the sedimentation and erosion barriers. We'll set up the, again, the construction stabilized entrance and the parking area. From there, the demolishing of the existing garage and all this material will be hauled out as it's being demoed. And that will provide access to the back area where supplies can be brought in quite easily, you know, lumber, etc. After that, we can install the recharge system and backfill that and run the pipes around, and we can pour the foundation for the bump out of the kitchen, and then the pouring of the foundation for the primary addition. Well, once this foundation is in, access is sealed off to the backyard from this area, and this access will have to be used. This right here is called an E1 grinder pump. It's for their sewage system. And what I propose to do is just surround it with erosion control sedimentation barriers, just so that heavy equipment doesn't accidentally drive over it. This main structure and the bump out for the kitchen will be built. It'll be a stick frame, 2x4 standard construction. And after that, after the structure gets all closed up, they'll do the interior work. All material will be, temporarily stored here, and then will be removed at an appropriate time. After all the structures have been built, the recharge system will then be brought online, and all materials will be removed, and the lawn area will be restored. Any landscaping area will be restored. The removal of this parking area will then get restored back to lawn, and then the removal of the construction stabilization entrance will be then removed. Last thing to be removed would be the sedimentation barriers, and then the applicant will file for a certificate of compliance. The last plan, I'll just back out here. This is our details for erosion control. This is a standard sedimentation barrier. We really don't have much in the line of slope interruptions because it's a flat site, but if there is something that gets stockpiled, it may be appropriate to use. This is a dewatering technique that will, if groundwater is encountered, and I don't anticipate that happening because of the gravel that's out here, it's just great gravel. But if we do get a rainstorm, and when the excavation is open, it can be dewatered safely through this method of pumping into this is a sedimentation bag that water will get pumped into. Sediments are retained on the bag, and the water just leaches out, and it's clean water. And that bag, once it gets filled with sediment, it can be hauled off site, either via a trailer, or it could be put in the back of a bed of a pickup truck. And we also have other standard details like wood chipping, to stabilize, any disturbed area, snow fencing around open excavations for safety, loam and seed cover. That's probably on this site will be final stabilization. And what we have here is the stabilized entrance itself. I'll zoom into that a little bit because this is an important erosion control piece, and it will go right up to where the addition occurs, approximately 50 feet. It'll be on top of the existing driveway. What I propose to do is to put filter fabric down on the existing driveway, and then 6 inches of the crushed stone on top of the filter fabric. That'll do two things. It'll protect the existing pavement from any type of abrasion, and it will also allow for the tires for equipment to not result in tracking of sediments out onto North Main Street. And again, that's going to be about 6 inches of the crushed stone. I went with the 3/4 to a 1/2 inch crushed stone rather than like a -3 or a -4, because I'm on pavement. I'm on the existing driveway pavement, and I wouldn't want a heavy equipment to drive a large stone that could potentially, rut or damage the existing driveway. So, other than when they do the demo and when they do the pouring of the foundation, the amount of heavy equipment, real heavy equipment, will be minimal after those phases of construction, if not non-existent. And this is a.
Steve, are you okay with in this particular application, the size of that stone?
On top of the driveway, I've seen another application of the 3/4 to 1.5 inches, then 4 inch minus on top of that, frankly. That's how we've done it down at the Naval Air Station. It's worked out real well. But he's welcome to try it. And it's an easy place to get to and to see very easily. So I encourage, try it, and then we'll find out. I think one of the conditions will be, if this doesn't work properly, then there'll have to be some changes with regard to the construction entrance. That's all. We can condition that.
Okay, Greg, you understand that?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that's a great comment to offer.
Okay. Are you okay if we move on to comments?
Yes.
Or was there anything you missed? I don't think you missed a thing, so.
I don't think you missed anything either.
Steve, do you have any other comments about this?
No, this is a very flat site. The only question I have for Greg is, I'm looking at the numbers, the width of the fence that's to be removed, the fence and gate. I can't really, I've even enlarged it on another very large screen here, and I can't quite see the label. How wide is that fence and gate structure on the plan? Okay, that's all.
Yeah, let me call that up. I believe, Steve, you're talking about this area right in here. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. How
Yeah.
wide do you have there?
That width there, I would say it's about 8.5 feet, maybe
Okay.
9 feet.
So that's going to be limiting to your, large, heavy equipment. That's all. Just be aware of that.
Right. We did get a medium-sized excavator in there. I mean, it was tight, but it wasn't a mini excavator, but it was a good size, typical excavator. I think it was a 324 machine, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
But we got it through there. We had to crawl in slow and walk it in and direct the operator in, but we got it in and we did these test pits. But like I had mentioned, if these gates need to be taken down temporarily for a larger piece of equipment to get back there, it can be done.
Sure, and then, you know, if you need to, you just take part of the porch down, that's all. Just, that was a joke, that was a joke.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else have any comments about this project or concerns?
I do not.
Nope. Good project.
One
detail.
further question. Large Norway tree, Norway maple in the backyard, will that come down, Greg?
Is it this one right here or right in here?
Oh, the
Probably, yeah.
one next to the addition, I think it is, isn't it?
Well, that one certainly has some sort of a flowering fruit tree or something right there, right by the 221 plus and minus.
Yeah.
That's a flowering tree, small tree. But is this tree in back here, the first one you looked at, is that the Norway maple, or there's a couple of them back there?
Yeah, I think this is the Norway maple, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of these trees that are in back here, and you know, they're not slated to come down, not that I'm aware of, unless they have a disease. But the applicant hasn't indicated to me that they want them down. They don't have to come down in order to build their project. So as
Good.
I understand it, they're going to remain.
Okay, glad to hear it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
Jay Pimpari will make a motion to approve a stormwater permit 21-20 for the project at 125 North Main Street with a special condition. And I'm going to ask Steve if you wouldn't mind just reciting that so we get it correctly, what that special condition should be for this project with the stone size.
Yeah, regular reviews shall be conducted on the construction entrance, and if there are tracking issues onto North Main Street, then another approach, i.e. a larger rock size, shall be utilized.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Yeah. Do I have a second?
Just a second.
Having heard a motion in a second, I'm going to take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower. You're muted.
Aye. Eric Eisner, aye.
Trish Grady,
Aye.
Jay Pimpari,
Jay Pimpari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Have a good 4th of July.
Thank you. You too.
Okay, well, that's it for hearings tonight. Let's see how quickly we can get through some business. Steve, do you have any updates for us? Oh, I'm supposed to update first. I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna let Steve see if we have anything from Steve first.
Updates. We have an issue that I believe we have an issue at Pond Street and Route 3A. The Highway District, DOT, is doing some work out there. I'm not sure what the work is yet, but I have a couple of calls into them and I'm waiting for a call back. There is a brook that I believe feeds Lily Pond right there at that junction. And they are very close to the brook with some very poor managed housekeeping on that corner, okay? Pond and 3A.
Okay.
Let's see.
That's our drinking water.
Yes, sir, it is. Chris, you had some of the stuff that I was going to talk about on your list.
Yep.
Updates, so I won't talk about any of that, I don't think. Let's see, is there anything else that you should hear about presently? That's all new information from me, in addition to what you have on your list, Chris.
Okay. Well, I wasn't going to go through the whole list, but I know there's people that want to talk about certain things. So I thought, Kathy, I know you had sent a letter to Steve, and maybe you could just tell us a little more about that.
Kathy, I have not seen a letter from you. Forgive me.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Chris.
Didn't you pass on you questioned some things that were going on at 554?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
72 Jerusalem Road?
Yes, I sent it to you and to Steve, just to ask to maybe check it out. It was, two of my neighbors were hearing some chainsaws going and trees, cutting trees and grinding it up just down on the road here. And so I just passed that information on to you guys to possibly check out.
Thank you. Yes,
I didn't actually see it myself or hear it myself, but two of my neighbors did.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And one is directly next to them. So.
So Steve, do you recall seeing that email?
I do. Oh, yes, absolutely. And I said I would get to it,
Okay.
but sorry, I have not gotten to it yet.
That's fine. I just want to make sure it's
Yep. On the
to-do.
list.
Yeah.
On the list.
Okay. Jay, you had a couple items as well.
Yeah, one of the, and Steve, thanks for getting back to me today. There was Mass DEP had some questions on the Sandy Beach. I guess they must have gotten a complaint several weeks ago on the work that's been going on at Sandy Beach. The work that happens over there is ongoing every year.
Oh, yes.
And so I was trying to pull up any information that I could. I do remember the hearings, but it's been quite some years ago. I do remember the extensions. Nevertheless, as the meeting was going on tonight, I was doing a little electronic research here in my files. And Steve, I think I came across something.
Okay,
excellent. I'll email you separately about that, and hopefully we can put that to rest.
Sure.
Actually, according to the emails, the actual order of conditions expired in May, and there's a long history, May of 2020, and there's a long history of that. But I'll work with you separately on that. But I was a little concerned about our filing system. That maybe, Steve, if you could bring us up to speed on that. Apparently, a lot of our files are over at the library, but are in need of potentially being moved. Given
in my opinion, absolutely, Jay.
Yeah.
I was over there for about an hour today. I went through all the boxes on the west wall, I guess it would be called.
Yeah. I've never been over there, so I don't think any of us have ever been over there.
Oh,
Oh my goodness, you should see it. But the problem today was there are pieces of plastic bags opened up on top of some of the boxes to prevent water from dripping down from the air handling equipment in that room. And I got soaked. I was just completely soaked with some of the water, but some of the boxes are also soaked. And you know what happens next after water and paper? Mold.
Yeah.
And that's an OSHA problem. So those files will not last another 3 years there. It's a really bad situation. It needs a whole bunch of dehumidifiers, and all are moving to a location where they can be all scanned in. Frankly, that's what they should be done with it.
So I agree with you. It's kind of out of our jurisdiction here a little bit. Is there a way, Steve, you could send a memo up the food chain to John Galen and or Chris Senior, alerting them to to this issue so that we can, someone within the town can get those files moved around out of there, et cetera, so that we don't have a worst case scenario here that. they're
I'd
all-
be happy to, because I don't want to go back into that room once that mold is in there.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should have to go in there.
Right. But you should check it out. Eric, I take it you've been there?
No.
No?
Yeah, no, I have not. No.
We didn't even know that that room existed.
Well,
Okay.
it's a fairly, I think it's a fairly new storage area because a year ago, if you went and visited Jeff, that whole conference room was full of file cabinets.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they had to put that window in with the pandemic, and then they moved all the files out.
Okay, it was a window for the pandemic that.
I
that
think
caused
so,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of boxes over there, let me tell you, a lot of boxes. Not all Conservation Commission. Board of Selectmen, there are, I didn't go into them, but there are personnel files over there. There's all kinds of stuff. Exactly.
Are they
Exactly.
locked? Are
Um,
they locked, Steve?
Not all the time. It's not all locked all the time. In fact, when I left today, I was asked by the recreation director to keep the door open to try to, get some of the humidity out, but I'm afraid the humidity outside was higher than the humidity inside. One of those situations
I think you need to invite Christine over for a cup of coffee.
in the room.
Yeah.
Especially if there are HR confidential files, because they have to be locked by law, so.
Exactly. I was just stunned. So there was a lack of planning and care in that room. Let's just leave it at that, okay?
Jay,
But I
you
will
also-
follow up. I'm sorry?
No, I was moving on, but you were still saying something. I apologize.
Yeah, I will follow up.
Okay.
Thank you.
You also said that DEP reached out about 183, 187.
Yeah,
Yes,
that was a separate issue. I don't know the extent of that. Steve, I think I sent you an email as well. The 183 and 187, we approved both of those projects earlier this year. So there is an order of conditions. I don't know what I don't know what the complaint was. But
Yeah, it was just a complaint about work being done next to or in wetlands. And I did get back to Greg DeCesar about it and said,
Okay.
look, there are filings here, not a
Right.
problem,
Thank
in
you.
my opinion. Yeah.
Yep. Steve, any update on the agent hiring? I tell you what I know is that there were two candidates that were semi-finalists, or I guess finalists, that are going to undergo a final interview next week. I think it's next Thursday.
Well, we interviewed somebody this morning who may be a semifinalist as well, a very good candidate. So we've got, in my opinion, you've got three good candidates, all with different areas of expertise. Okay, so you've got some good candidates though there.
Anyone with wetland and stormwater expertise?
Yes, but she's also got 15 years of experience as an agent.
Oh, boy.
What else? Okay.
I don't know about experienced people, Steve. It's tough, huh?
Indeed. Understood. So yeah, the question was, after she left, would the town be able to offer as much as she needed? Because otherwise they thought that she would be taking a drop in her existing pay scale. You should also be aware that Hingham is looking for an agent at the same time, so you're competing.
Yeah, I know there are surrounding towns as well.
And their pay scale is better than Cohasset's, so you should know that.
How would you know that, Steve?
I was offered the position before Lonnie was there, and I said to them at that time, I want 2 weeks off at this time, and I want 2 weeks off that time, and I want 2 months off in the beginning of the year. Can you do that? And they said no. And so I went to Milton and said the same thing, and it took me 6 months to negotiate with them, and they said yes.
Wow. Okay.
Tell me, do you know if Hingham pays more for commissioners?
I'm sure they do on an infinite scale.
Nice, Eric, nice.
Good one, good one.
All right. Are there, I mean, we do have a list of projects we've talked about a lot. Are there any in particular that people would like to hear an update on?
I may ask a question. I think somehow I missed the loop. You were trying to get Tom promoted to a full commissioner, I think?
Yes.
And I think, I think I missed an email on that. I'm not sure what happened on that.
So Tom has agreed to become a full commissioner, but there's no provision to do it kind of midstream.
Okay.
So because it was so late in the year, they asked that he just put in his application for full commissioner, and then it would happen as part of the whole commission process in town. Which hopefully will actually happen soon.
That's fairly soon, I would think. June, July, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay. All right.
there are some holdups, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Yay,
Chris.
Tom.
Thank you.
I haven't heard from them about
Right.
about an interview, so who knows what's going on there.
So I have to say, I can't say thank you to Tom yet, or congratulations. Have to hold back.
No.
We'll wait for this.
Preliminary thanks.
But while we're on that subject, I would like to bring, I've notified you all of a potential for change to the Cohasset Conservation Commission policies and procedures. It's required in the procedure that if there's going to be a change, that it has to go out 5 days in advance of this meeting, which I sent it to you. And I know that some of you have reached out to me and said that we could word it differently, etc. But because of the way it's written, I have to bring it up tonight as I wrote it, as wordy and unintelligible as it was, and then we can vote on it with a condition that we can edit it, but as long as everyone knows what the basic idea is.
Don't be too hard on yourself. I understood it.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, well, I did too. So
It is what it is, okay?
I'm gonna read
That's
it,
okay.
and then we can decide if we want to vote on this or not. Okay, so this is under the number and terms of commissioners. And I listed this as an emergency order in the event that a sitting commissioner is about to reach their limit of 2 consecutive 3-year terms. And with their termination, the number of remaining commissioners plus associate commissioners willing to apply for a position of commissioner falls below 6, resulting in a full board of 7, 2 of whom would have no experience. The commission may vote to allow the sitting commissioner whose term is about to reach its maximum of 2 consecutive 3-year terms to remain on the commission for 1 additional 3-year term. So, obviously we're in kind of a difficult situation here. If Jay were to, Jay actually is terming out with the, in this coming month or whenever they get to this. And if Tom actually has put in his application and actually does, I know, I'm kidding you, Tom. So that would leave us with just 5 commissioners, which means in theory, there are 4 positions to fill, 2 of whom would be full commissioners with no experience at all.
Yeah.
So this proposal would basically, in immediacy, would allow Jay to stay on for 1 more term.
Great.
That's the
Good
idea.
idea.
Chris,
So
wasn't this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't this kind of a self-inflicted policy to begin with, in terms of this was something that the board created for term? What's that?
Self-inflicted wound.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, is this proposal that going to change us if it hamstring us to do this again in a year versus the concept of limiting the terms that specifically.
Well, our hope would be that we have new commissioners join us.
Right.
So
I mean,
if Tom steps up and Jay were to stay, we would have 6 commissioners.
yeah.
Meaning we would still have 1 new full commissioner without experience, and hopefully 2 associate commissioners who would come in. And a year from now, the one that's a full commissioner obviously would get quite a bit of experience, and 2 associate commissioners would also get a lot of experience.
Mhm.
So in theory, a term from now, I mean, this wouldn't be a problem unless people leave again. So I mean, well, I know, but this was unusual. I mean,
Yeah.
James Rosebach left because he moved.
Yeah.
Mary Ann left, and it left us down to 5
Yes.
members, and that's what I'm trying to, avoid in the future.
No, I appreciate what you're trying to do. And as a baseline, I would absolutely support it. I actually think we might want to be considering even a little bit more leniency in terms of those types of term limitations. Not, Jay, that I think when you want to go, you want to go. I get that. I'm not trying to convince you to do anything more than what I know you're doing for the commission. But I do feel like there's a really long learning curve to being a good commissioner if you don't have the level of background that some of you guys already have coming into this. And I feel like I'm coming into my 3rd year, and quite frankly, I could probably do this for another 6 and still not have the bandwidth and the knowledge that some of you folks with a lot of this professional experience have. And I think you might be limiting the average civilian, which unfortunately is what makes up this commission. In this group, I think it's, the catch-up time to just become valuable is a lot, and then to have people turn over in between is that much harder. So I support what you're putting in front of us. I think we might want to be even more open, because I think this is a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. I think that the term limit was put into effect because there were commissioners who were on for really long periods of time, and
I get that too.
They almost stopped participating. They kind of got bored, but they still wanted to have something to do every couple of weeks. So
good Lord.
Anyway.
No, it's a catch-22 because I get the term limit concept too. I really do. It's
okay.
just.
So
just a quick note, if you don't mind.
Yes.
The chairman of the Milton Conservation Commission has been on the commission. He's working full-time. He's over 72, 73, working full-time, been on the commission for 29 years.
Right.
Just to let you know that you can see the opposite as well.
Yeah.
I certainly will not be here in 29 years. I can guarantee you that. I just want to be alive in 29 years.
I'm not going to be alive in 29 years. So.
To Chris's point, I think, this to clarify, the Conservation Commission about 8 or 9 years ago developed these term limits.
Yeah.
And Jack Creighton was actually instrumental with this. And I think it was actually a very good idea, because at the time we had somebody that was on the commission for 23 years. And the decision to keep people on is the select board's decision. And what I think the Concom at the time thought was that people would stay on forever. And there would be no opportunity for new people to come on if you had the same 7 people applying year after year. So there was no turnover, and things would get stale. And then you would have a shift. There were different personalities on the commission, and the commission seemed to be voting in one direction all the time.
Yep.
And either abiding or not abiding by the Stormwater and Wetlands Protection Act. So the select board actually, as you know, makes these decisions. Just because people apply now doesn't necessarily mean that they will be reappointed. But the whole intent of it was that so there would be turnover. Now we have too much turnover.
Right.
And again, it's the only board in town where there are term limits. There are no term limits on the select board or any other board in town. This was self-inflicted, if you will, by Concom and Concom only. And we made the bylaws, or we made the rules and regulations. And in this amendment, or I guess it should be looked at every few years. There's nothing stopping you from saying 6 months from now, you're going to revisit it again, or a year from now, you would revisit it again. And, I'd be probably hopefully straight and honest with you here. If we got 3 or 4, engineers that applied for it, I'd be happy to step down.
Well, heaven forbid engineers, my God, more of them.
Okay, well, we have a couple more things on the agenda, so can we?
Do you want to vote on that?
Can we agree in principle to what this is trying to do for the immediate, and then we can look at this, we can look at the wording better, we can look at the bigger issue better, but can someone make a motion to take a vote on this, and at least, I mean, if everyone agree, well, let's take a vote. We'll see how people feel about it.
A straw poll.
Time is of the essence. I mean, Jay, when's your last day?
They don't know.
It could be. This could be my last meeting.
Yeah. So it seems like it's time to resolve it.
It's whatever the select board throws. So if it is, it's been a pleasure, everybody. but it's
hasta luego. It's been nice knowing you.
I won't miss it. But it's the select board. Whenever I do envision that probably next week is a short week, obviously. If not the week after, certainly in mid-July, the select board will be making the appointments for not only Concom but for all other committees in town. I think July is the time where they'll be doing that. So, and Chris is up for a reappointment as well.
Let's get on with it.
And Tom is up for a reappointment, and I believe there's actually one new applicant. And I've gotten some phone calls and some emails from people, and I will forward the town application to those who have reached out and said they may have somebody in mind. But it's that individual that needs to apply to the select board, and the select board makes all these decisions.
Right.
Okay, so can someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion. What's my motion? To support, in theory, Chris's proposal.
Your motion is to amend the Conservation Commission policy procedures.
Along the lines that you recommended.
Yeah, per the emergency order that was distributed.
Fine. I second that.
Okay.
Okay, having a motion in a second, we'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisner, certainly aye.
Trish Grady.
Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari.
Jay Pampari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. While I've got the floor, because Mary Ann's resigned, we do not currently have a vice chair. Would anyone like to nominate someone as a vice chair?
I'll nominate Jay Pampari. He wants it.
I second that.
Jay's gonna kill us.
I know.
Would anyone like to make any other nominations? Again, we can revisit this when we have a full commission again, but. Okay. So having a nomination in a second for Jay Pampari to be vice chair. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm afraid.
I will abstain.
Okay, well then that vote passes 4-0-1.
Welcome back, Jay.
Jay, welcome back. Okay.
I would be glad to be back, but this could be my last meeting.
For all of us too, Jay, you know that. All right, the last thing on my list tonight, Steve, we talked about this the other day. Steve has, he's juggling a lot of things. He just recently got the form work to do orders of conditions, and he signed a couple of those. I mentioned to Steve that per his recommendation, we should all be reading the order of conditions before they get signed for approval, and then what's the actual term? Are they being
Before they're issued.
issued.
Yeah.
So we had previously, or in the pandemic, because we weren't meeting, there was no good way to get together and sign these. So we gave Jeff the power. That power has transferred over to Steve. But I'd like to find a way for us to take that back so that we actually all get a chance to start reading the orders of conditions. So we all kind of check on each other to make sure that the information we think was part of a hearing actually made it into the order of conditions, and we feel comfortable that later on there's not arguments about the height of light poles and the cofferdams and everything else. So I'd like to make a motion that we are all responsible to read the order of conditions, and that we will now, and it doesn't have to be all of us. We can appoint who's responsible for any given hearing, but the power of the signature comes back to the commission, or the power of the approval through our signatures.
But Chris, it's more, isn't it more the process? I mean, I don't have the orders of condition in front of me for me to sign.
Yeah.
Or to read.
Yeah.
You know, there's a process here that has fallen apart. I think we have to put in place.
I'll chime in here. I think what to get back to the process, what would be a good process is that let's take whatever we I guess well, they're all stormwater permits, but let's say we had an NOI that an order of conditions were issued tonight with 3 or 4 conditions. I would say that it would be great to actually have a draft order of conditions within 7 days, or presented or uploaded onto the OneDrive within 7 days. And I don't think that that's actually very difficult to do. There's a 21-day time frame. And at the next
21 working days, business days.
Yes, right. No, it's 21 days, not 21 business days, 21 days. There's 21 days.
Steve and John were under the assumption it was 21 working days.
I may be wrong on that.
Yeah. It's 21 days, and I only know that so well, unfortunately, due to the Spring Street issue.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's, by way of explanation, then that's a good thing I signed all those conditions, because
Yeah.
they were ready to expire.
Yeah, so I think that like if most of our every now and then we actually go to the 21-day time frame, but for the most part, and I know Angela's done a good job with the scheduling at the beginning of the year, and this is a great month as an example where today's the 1st, that the draft order of conditions be presented at the following meeting. So like on July 15th, the commission would actually review the order of conditions, and it should be very, very quick. Review it and then vote to actually approve the order of conditions. And so we've all seen it. And in that case, if we're still doing this remote thing, I have no problem with the agent signing it, so long as we've all looked at it, reviewed it, and actually voted on the orders of conditions as they are.
Hey,
And then
can I raise one point? At the course I was at for writing orders of conditions, they emphasized one point which everyone agreed to. If it's important, you have to put it in an order of conditions.
Right.
The smallest, most trivial thing, if it's important to you and you want to make sure that they're going to live by it, you have to put it in the order of conditions, which means these documents will probably be a bit longer if we follow that than they were in the past. All right.
Yes.
And that was a real important point at the course. And I think, we've run into that problem, Chris, along the way here by taking things for granted, overlooking them, then finding out that it wasn't included and we're high and dry.
No, I completely agree with you. So having the draft order of conditions available like a week from tonight, just in draft, would give the commissioners 7 additional days leading up to the meeting, assuming it was 2 weeks from tonight, to provide input to say, oh, wait a minute, this was left out. Or, hey, I remember we said this. not make things up along the way, just
Yeah.
going back to the record. And then at the meeting on the 15th, we would vote to approve those.
Yeah.
And then at that point, it would still give the agent, assuming it was 14 days out, 7 full days
That's
to
right.
actually sign it and get it recorded.
It also gives us an opportunity for a legal review if there was something questionable.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I was just going to add to your point, Eric, and I think Steve, you had brought up in some of our other orders of conditions, is that I would hope we would have legal counsel help a point person to make sure that they get additional training beyond like what we get through MAC as volunteer agents or what have you on how to write an order of conditions. But a legal expert to come up with a draft, as you're saying, and even a format with some pointers and things to consider and have it all documented so that the next agent has the tools to be able to document appropriately. Because I can read an order of conditions and look at my notes and say, yep, that's there. But an expert like Steve will say, yeah, but it wasn't put in the right spot. And I would sign off on it and I wouldn't know the difference. So I feel like we have to rely on our council and our town management to guide the agents.
What I see lacking here, Trish, is a solid boilerplate system.
Yes.
I created a boilerplate system 20 years ago at the Naval Air Station that I'm still using.
Yep.
I don't know, it's maybe 65 conditions in it. You know, and I pick and
Yep.
choose.
Yep.
And it works really, really well for that particular site.
I think a boilerplate would be amazing with additional training. And then if I think your idea is, Jay, about like the timing of it and when we get to review it would be great. Hey, maybe come into modern technology and use DocuSign if necessary, if we can all get together and you'd like a signature. There's all different things out there we could try, but to start simple, I like what you suggested for sure.
Okay. Well, maybe what we need to do is first of all, Steve, it would be great if you could actually circulate even a blank order of conditions, the boilerplate that we actually currently have, because most people haven't even seen what a final order of conditions look like.
Oh. Yeah, that's important. That's important that you understand the various sections. In fact, it might be useful for everybody to take a look at Form 3, the Notice of Intent, to know that, you know, there were a couple of sections that I was talking with John Cavanaro tonight about versus, you know, the salt marsh versus the freshwater marsh that he and I know very well, but I don't think anybody of you knew what we were talking about. You know, so it's important that you understand what the sections are in the regular Notice of Intent. What questions are asked under the Wetlands Protection Act? That's an important thing, I think, for you folks to understand. And then to understand how you answer those questions in the order of conditions.
Right.
How do you protect the wetlands in the order, okay? And my comment, I've made it, you know, 35 years ago, and I keep making it every year to DEP, and whenever we have a group meeting of the wetland scientists, is that DEP didn't consider the contractors in the process, and that's where the mistakes are made big time. So this is something I've hopped on for many years. You've got to make sure that the contractors understand the conditions. And what I've done over at the Naval Air Station is very simply, I say, we're going to have a pre-construction meeting. Here's a set of conditions. You tell me which ones are important. That gets them to read the order of conditions. Works every time. Okay. Otherwise, you don't have another job here. You know, very simply.
Well, I think that if we could figure out a way for distribution of, like Jay said, a draft order of conditions, a way for everyone, even if you have no comments, just, you know,
sure,
write back and say, I've reviewed it. Thanks. I have nothing to add, or I have something to add. Everyone gets their say. Then it doesn't matter who signs it, as long as everyone has had their say to say.
And what that requires from my side is understanding of the OneDrive system, which to date, I've been here a month and a half. I admit I still don't understand it. I had to ask Jen today to come over to my desk 3 times just so I could find something on the OneDrive. You know,
Not easy.
it's, what's that?
It's not easy. I have a hard time with it too.
Yeah, it's not an intuitive system at all. It's not intuitive. You know, it's somebody's, some software geniuses idea of how it should work, but they never tested it with regular people. They didn't go through their testing, as far as I'm concerned. I've been a tester for other systems here and overseas in other languages, and I've never had such a time trying to understand something. Just to let you know. Sorry, that's a rant, but
That's right.
No, it's fine. It's Chris, should we just put like on the, I'm staring at my agenda that I printed out on the wall here, like Conservation Commission business at the end of the night, just actually put order of conditions 42 Main Street and actually put it as an agenda item. So at the end of the night, like right now, we say the order of conditions on 42 Main Street, we're gonna vote to approve the order of conditions as written.
suggestion,
Yeah,
put it at the beginning of the night to show all the applicants that you're serious about this.
I'm okay with that.
Jay,
Just a suggestion.
the only problem I see is if the 21 days is
Close.
real, right?
Yeah,
Then if it comes up after 14 days and there's something missing,
yeah. Well,
then it falls back on the agent to make sure that they pick it up.
yeah,
Like it's like you give them a reminder, but then you don't get a second chance.
yeah.
You know, you get one edit, you don't get the final edit.
I think that unless we don't have a quorum, there are only like, there's only one occasion, maybe 2 occasions where we actually go to the extent of 21 full days. This in July is a perfect example where July 15th would have typically been the second meeting of the month, and that would have been it. Our next meeting wouldn't have been until like mid-August. However, we've thrown in a third meeting in July. So we're at July, whatever, it's 29th. So we're meeting every 2 weeks. If we have the draft order of conditions, if we can have an agreement from, like I say, the building department, that a draft order of conditions. And again, I personally don't think it's a burden. We only have 1 or 2, special orders of conditions for the most part. And if they're fairly boilerplate, if we have a draft order of conditions within 7 days by next Thursday night, that still gives us 7 full days to look at a simple piece of paper. And then, as Steve said, and it's a good comment, put it at the beginning of the next hearing. 14 days from today, we did the first item of business is order of conditions. Everybody looked at it? Yeah, make a motion. It's like making a motion to approve the minutes.
Yes.
You're approving the order.
As long as we get the draft, draft, then it's great.
It should be really quick, really easy, and then heck, that night the agent could actually hopefully the agent could sign it that night, and either tomorrow morning or Monday morning go in and still be within that 21-day time frame.
Right.
Especially if Steve has boilerplate ones, you can get like 5 going and he has particular areas and you have boilerplate language, part of it can be pre-filled and.
Yeah, and a lot of the boilerplate language is actually when inspection should happen. That's something that, probably hasn't been happening here very often.
No, unfortunately, it has not.
That's my guess. And the inspections should happen on a regular basis when contractors, or let's just say when the site could be exposed to something that might harm resources, okay? It's a big category,
Yeah.
but you've got to just figure those things out. I keep harping on construction entrances because that's a real problem. A lot of contractors want to use the cheap stuff and don't want to use the 4-inch minus. Simple as that. It's just all about the money.
Yep.
They can save a couple of dollars, they'll do it, and they'll just track mud all over the town. And they have.
And
In
I'm gonna send you this, that stormwater document with the inspection sequence, Steve, and
Sure.
some other stuff.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good, good.
I don't know.
Sorry,
if we need
I've been ranting a little bit, but you know.
No, it's totally, it's with you.
All right, so we don't have to
ranting.
vote on that, but we would like to try the, you know, whenever there's conditions, would like to try to see a draft in 7 days, whether it's a,
Let's give it a try.
yep.
Yeah, it's an easy thing to do, really, it is, when you think about it. And what you need to do is have ability to look at the most recent plan. That's where I came into problems in the past few weeks. I don't know which is the latest plan or not. How do I figure that out? And yet that has to go into the order of conditions. The latest plan has to go into the order of conditions. Which is the latest plan if everything is a whole bunch of plans up on the OneDrive? How do we say this is the latest?
They do have a date on them when they were entered into the system.
Yes.
So that's your first clue. And of course, they have a title block, which will, but in the end, to be sure, you have to download every one of those plans and look at the title block.
That's right.
And that's it. And that's if they updated it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
right.
You find that maybe they've updated, but they didn't update the date in the title block.
Exactly.
So
that's a real problem.
Yeah.
Anywhere, not only in Cohasset, anywhere.
Yeah.
With getting the right plans. That's why I said to Angela the other day, I want to make sure that when I start writing the stormwater permits, I have a current plan or the last plan in the permit. I've looked at other permits, they don't reference a plan. How can you do it? Give a permit without referencing a plan? It's silly, in my opinion.
And as you witnessed tonight, we did not approve any of the projects where the plan was not 100% complete.
Exactly. Yeah, which is good. Which is real good.
Okay.
Excellent.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you very much, folks.
Okay. Any other items?